Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. It is Capital Preservation Friday. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by the incredible Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Tracy, how are you?
All right. Good morning, all.
How you doing today?
My fire alarm went off at 12:30 at night. I had the fire department come, so it's been an evening.
Oh my God. Nobody got hurt. Everything is good, I hope.
Yes, we're all good.
Oh man. All right. Well, let's get right into it. Any exciting news overnight or early this morning?
Right. And so we had after the CPI came in very soft yesterday, and then upon everybody kind of looking into this report, found that there are a lot of problems with the report. So there was no data collected in October, and sampling started mid-November. So the problem with this is that what happened is that in the absence of the October data, that resulted in pages of blank spaces in the widely watched report. And so we had a quote from Nick Timmeros put this out and said, "This is totally inexcusable. The BLS just assumed rent slash OER. OER is owner's equivalent rent, which they use instead of housing prices, were zero for October. I'm sure they had a good technical explanation for this, but the only way you get the 2-month average for rent at 0.06% and OER at 0.135% is if you assume October was zero. So there's problems with that. And then the other problem with the data that they collected, because it was the second half of November, that kind of runs into holiday sales and Black Friday and Cyber Monday. And so there could be an issue with prices seeming a lot lower because of all the sales that were going on. And so that number is being questioned. So we'll see about that. Hopefully, I don't know how October data is going to factor into this going forward. I guess they're going to just leave everything at zero. I have no idea, but we'll find out in the next report for sure. And then, of course, we had BOJ overnight. They did raise rates as anticipated. That said, interestingly, the yen actually extended losses after that instead of one would think normally you raise rates, you get a stronger currency, but that didn't happen. Blake will be on next. We'll talk to him a little bit about what's going on with that. People are kind of saying that he was hawkish, but remained vague on the exact timing and pace of future rate hikes, and that's what spooked the yen, but we'll see.
It's like instead of a hawkish cut, it's a dovish raise.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so we'll show that in a second. I mean, that was a big there is a big candle there to talk about for sure. And then we'll talk about the ECB and what they did and Bank of England and what they did this week. It was Central Bank Week here at
It
NinjaTrader.
was central bank week. We had
Uh,
Mexico too, which also cut rates. And then people are also kind of talking about that the yen is getting near a point where there are chances of an official intervention. We've seen Bank of Japan do that several times before, so we'll keep an eye out on that as well.
well, that sounds serious. What does that even mean?
So they'll go in and they're going to have to buy yen to make it stronger.
Oh, I gotcha. Totally makes sense. All right. Well, equities are up a little bit across the board. We'll talk about that. Also, Bitcoin
Quad
is
witch
up.
today.
What? Say that again. Yeah, quad witching today. We're going to talk about that for sure. VIX is at 16.46 again, so it's kind of subtle. Bonds are just still stuck in the mud. Where are the Treasury bonds at? 115.06. We'll talk about that today as well. So and then energies, anything exciting going on in energy complex, Shy?
Not. really, we did have a little bit of a lift this morning because Trump said, there was a quote from Trump saying something, he was considering going to war with Venezuela again. And so I saw a little movement on that.
Terrific. Well, having said all that, Shai, I think it's that time in the morning to bring in the one and only Blake Morrow, the Pip Czar.
Hey,
Blake, how
good
are you?
morning, guys. How you doing?
How do you look so like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed? You live in Arizona.
At
I,
five in
well,
the morning.
it's 6 a.m. here, and for some reason I got up at 3. So
Wow. Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate it as usual on a Friday. Blake is with us every Friday morning. And we got a lot of stuff to cover, especially in your world, right? So, Blake's a Forex guy, Forex Analytics, the Pip Czar, he's known as on X. I love that. We've had central bank activity across the board all week long. Where do you want to start?
I don't know really where to start. Well, we could start with what happened most recently, which was last night with the Bank of Japan. I heard what you guys were saying about the BOJ, and it's interesting. You said it was a dovish hike, but it was dovish in comparative to most central banks. People would go, oh, well, that was really dovish. But you have to realize this is the BOJ. The BOJ is the most conservative central bank ever. I mean, they're the ones that are just so reluctant to raise rates because they're scared of putting their country back into a state of disinflation and deflation, if you will. And so, yeah, they're dovish, I guess, but for BOJ standards, they really aren't. And so that's the thing that you did see the response. I mean, 10-year JGB yields are at like 26-year highs this morning. We see the dollar yen breaking out. That means the yen is weakening, and that's an issue. And that is going to start to run into, as Tracy was just pointing out, intervention efforts might be real in the days ahead, especially if this yen weakness continues. But when you were talking with Tracy about how the yen goes about, or how the BOJ or Ministry of Finance goes about intervention, it could either be themselves, it could be coordinated, because if you look at other currencies too, like the euro yen is just ripping higher, and it's at the top of its ranges, or its channel, if you will. But still, regardless, it is, the euro strength against the yen is just quite remarkable. So the BOJ or the Ministry of Finance might actually start talking to other central banks too, which poses another issue when you're talking about trading. The yen is so weak that you don't want to buy it, but it's so oversold, it's hard to start selling it here, especially with intervention efforts. We as traders, we hope the Bank of Japan intervenes. We hope the Ministry of Finance steps in, because if they do and they cause some big, movement, we as traders tend to step in and just sell yen, because ultimately, most FX participants probably would agree with this. Ultimately, the dollar yen's probably going a lot higher in the grand scheme of things, or the yen's probably going a lot lower than it is. But the pace of it has been quite exaggerated as of recently. So I guess that's where I'm going to start, is the Bank of Japan.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. One thing to keep in mind, everybody, we're looking at the futures, the CME Group's currency pair right now. The yen is in the numerator, the US dollar is in the denominator, and over-the-counter FX, it would be reversed, because the over-the-counter folks can't deal with decimal points, but we can. So keep that in mind. It's kind of it's an upside down thing. The other thing that I wanted to point out before I ask Shai what she thinks about this chart is, I just glanced at the quote board. 147,000 contracts already traded in this currency pair. It's just a really nice market to take a peek at if you're thinking about trading currency pairs. Everybody on the future side, this is one of the top, I don't know, 2 or 3 that I look at every morning. So having said that, Shai, what are you thinking about this chart?
It looks like death, really. To be quite honest, we're not that far from a double bottom, even though you could probably call it a double bottom. that we already had. We're a few ticks shy of it, but it looks kind of flagging, and I mean, it doesn't look good. I don't know what else to say about that one.
Yeah, no, I know. I went all the way back to January 25th lows, and that's that purple plum color area support that we have there. We tagged it again, November 21st, and then this retracement back up completely failed. I mean, we didn't even take out the November highs, just completely failed. Now we're back down, again, stuck in the mud here with that January 25th low as a triple bottom target in my mind. I don't know.
So this is one of those situations, and as I wanted to just mention this again, and Tracy, you're right, it does look like death. I mean, if it was a penny stock, that would become, you'd be looking for bankruptcy here. But just with the yen, this is one of those situations. Like I said, it's so weak that it's hard to sell, knowing that the BOJ is always lurking. So what you hope for, what everybody hopes for, is that you see some big green candle because there is intervention efforts. And the fact of the matter is that intervention effort probably will fail because it won't be, bilateral intervention. It probably ends up being just Japan. And if that is truly the case, if you see some alerts get triggered above those highs or around maybe that November high, that yellow line that you have up there, those are levels that we, just hope to sell into if the BOJ steps in or the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah, and isn't their debt to GDP ratio like the highest around?
Yeah, it's I don't know the number right off the top of my head, but it is and the biggest problem, and I don't know if you have 10-year JGB yields, but they are ripping, and so that's making servicing that debt even harder. So that's one of the reasons why the yen's in this like death spiral right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it for the yen, I guess. Let's move over. We had, interestingly enough, in England, across the pond in Kane's backyard, we had a Bank of England rate cut, but by the skin of their teeth, man. It was like 5-4 in favor of. I think Bailey switched at the last second, and it was a lot of drama and excitement. I mean, how come we don't have that here, Shai?
Well, Bank of England is known for having a lot of dissents, and things have been relatively calm since Powell's been in office because he's kind of been able to rally the troops, so to speak. So they're, up until recently, it's just not something that we have seen here at the Federal Reserve. But BOE is definitely known for having more dissents than most other central banks.
Yeah, no kidding. Could this have went either way, Blake, or was this, baked in the cake?
Well, it was already baked in the cake. The thing about the Bank of England and some of Bailey's comments, it was viewed as a little bit more hawkish, and I really think positioning is more of an issue with the sterling because when the last month they had their UK budget, everybody was really worried that we were going to have another. I'm trying to think of her name, not Rachel Reeves. That's who wrote this current budget, but the previous chancellor. Anyway, they thought that we'd have another moment where UK gilt yields would just start ripping, and the cable would get killed after the budget. But it really was a nothing burger. So I think a lot of people have been covering up shorts. And I still think positioning is a little bit of an issue. So sterling, is holding up fairly well, considering. But as you can see, based on that chart, we are really struggling to make any inroads at this point in time. But I wouldn't write off sterling. I still think it looks, when you get a rally like you've seen over the last month or two, and you see it stalling. It's all it is consolidating gains. So I don't look at it as necessarily bearish at this point in time. I think it's actually quite constructive for bulls.
Yeah, I mean, moving averages are kind of slowing down, especially the 8 EMA. Got a really I just put a little orange rectangle there, area support for the last 7-8 sessions around 1.336. We're just kind of going sideways going into, I don't know, end of the year. So we'll see what next year brings with the British pound sterling. Another great currency
You know
pair.
what else is going to be really interesting going into the next couple of weeks. And I know, you and Tracy, you've been at this game for a long time. We're running into a period where it's very thin in the markets. Yet FX markets are still going to be open. Yes, for the most part, desks are going to be closed through, New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. But the deal desks are going to be open with junior traders, and the problem that you're going to have there is a lot of end of year flows are going to be starting to hit the market. And from what it seems right now, most models are pointing to dollar weakness. That means that there's some mild dollar selling to be done. I think Barclays came out with a note saying that there might be some dollar selling, but banks are not really too good at this. And the one thing that I do want to mention is the dollar has been on its back foot pretty much the whole year this year. So if there's some dollar buying to be done, it's probably getting done around now. But that could also throw another interesting spin on the markets. When liquidity gets really thin, you tend to see some pretty big moves in the FX market the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And Shai, Blake just mentioned the holidays. Didn't Trump just add a couple of holidays to around Christmas?
Did he? I missed that one.
There's a government holiday, like a mandatory government holiday. I saw something briefly like that, Jim, and I don't. I
thought I read that the 24th and 26th now are official federal holidays, and then the New York Stock Exchange immediately came out and said it's not for us.
Oh yeah, I did see that story.
Oh well, yeah. So end of flows is the thing. I've been a commodity broker before this for 20 plus years, and you never really know what kind of volume or volatility is going to happen the last 2 weeks of December, and I'm almost always surprised. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities to trade. You got to be on your heels because, like you said, end of year flows are going to happen for sure. And what are the
Witching
magnitude?
today,
What's
triple
that?
witching today. So we've got triple witching today. So we have 5 trillion in notional options expiring. So could be an interesting day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be a really interesting day with this. And this is like one of the biggest witchings from what I was reading, like of the year. So it could definitely bring some volatility. And especially when you're looking at, I wanted to mention this, like Bank of America this morning might make a little bit of some headlines here, as they were just saying that their fund manager survey came out with a contradictory, sell signal, which I thought was really interesting too, especially when you're talking about, is there going to be a Santa Claus rally or not? The B of A fund managers survey came out, and I was reading through that, and I'm like, oh boy, that's a contrarian sell signal right there. So, and they had noted that as well.
Well, interesting also, because I just checked with MenthorQ, we still have ES and NQ in a negative gamma environment. So that means market makers are trading with the market. So we could see outsized moves either to the downside or the upside.
All right. Well, hey, I wanted to ask you guys, since you guys have been covering this whole week, we saw crude oil, trade down towards $55 a barrel, and we bounced off there. I think there's obviously some risks associating around what's happening with Venezuela. But how are you guys reading crude oil at these levels? What do you say, Tracy?
Well, this is kind of my, oh crap, production's going to come offline rejection zone for now, which is kind of that, that 55 area, because below that it starts getting really scary for producers. And I listened to a lot of earnings calls, just when we had them, a month ago, 2 months ago. And a lot of producers said, we're going to cut back on CapEx. And I think Diamondback, ticker symbol thing, was probably the most honest about it. They were extremely worried. They're one of the largest producers in the Permian, independent producers, not a super major. And so I think that is kind of, that line in the sand that you don't want to really hold underneath there for too long, because that just sends you up for an eventual price spike if we start taking production offline. And in fact, we just had the Dallas Fed Energy Survey come out, and what was really interesting is one of the producers, and they're all anonymous, they don't say who they're from, in the comment section said they think that EIA's production numbers are completely way off base, and that's something that has kind of been discussed within, the whole crude oil trader circles that I am in. So just interesting things going on right now in the industry.
Tracy, is
Tracy,
the EIA turned into BLS?
But I think they have some issues with their production numbers. If you, if you listen to earnings calls and what these guys are doing, they're all saying Permian slowing down. They're looking to Canada shale now to get out of the Permian, because they think Permian only has about 10 more years left of drilling in it. Whereas some of the Canadian shale plays have 45 years. So we have American companies now looking at Canadian shale instead of trying to expand in the U.S.
Wow, that's really interesting information. I guess the only question I have for you, Tracy, is Diamondback, is MTEX oil bigger than Diamondback in the Permian Basin? I'm joking. That was a landman question. That was a joke.
Oh, okay. I don't think that's real.
You're like, I don't think that's a real company. No, that was a bad joke on a Friday. I mean,
No. There's no such thing as a bad joke on a Friday. So this Landman thing, I haven't seen it yet, right? Everyone's like, you got to see Landman. Is this about?
Oh my God.
Is this about a shale, or what is it about?
Oh, don't let Tracy go here.
Drilling in the Permian. It's great. Just watch it.
All right.
It's great. Just watch it. That's all you need to know, Jim. That's all you need to know. And all you listeners out there and viewers, that's all you need to know. One of the other things I guess I wanted to talk about just really quick while I'm here is all the data that we got this week in the U.S., whether you're talking about the jobs data, but more importantly, like that CPI data. And Tracy, you said it perfectly. I mean, we had the CPI data come out, and everybody, at first glance, you're like, oh my God, look, inflation's coming down. Yet when you look at the data and you see all the zeros that are in the data, and as you pointed out, Nick Timmeros, and I retweeted him as well, because I'm like, this is such BS. But you look at the data and you're like, it's inaccurate. It was an inaccurate representation.
100%.
Yeah. And then the jobs data, with the U.S., everybody kind of downplayed the strength that we've saw in the data, because Fed Chair Powell just kind of shot that in the head during his press conference. When he said, hey, we're tacking on negative 60,000 jobs on top of whatever data you're getting. So just FYI. So it's been really interesting. I think 2026 is going to set up for a very, very data dependent world, especially when you're talking about central banks. The ECB this week, Jim, you go talking about other central banks that met this week. The ECB, they're leaning a little bit more hawkishly, but they are still very data dependent. But we're in a situation where you have the Fed that's looking to cut rates, but you have other central banks that are looking to raise rates, even though that didn't really matter for the BOJ overnight. But for the most part, you're seeing this divergence between these central banks, which I think is going to play really heavily into the markets going into next year.
Yeah, I mean, I have a daily chart up right now, the Euro FX, and it's pretty perky, right? And we have a little bit of a retracement in place right now, maybe a little bit of a turnaround doji, but we had 1, 2, 3, 4 small body days in a row. We're just sitting on that ADMA. Nothing unusual right now from a technical analysis point of view. Not really sure, but it could be just a regular, really subtle retracement on the daily. We've done almost 48,000 contracts already in this currency pair. Just wanted to give another plug for the CME futures here. It's a nice market to participate in for sure. And we saw that. Yet, that ECB meeting, I think, was 2 days ago, right? Was it yesterday or 2 days ago?
It was yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay. So here's the candle. The candle, yeah, we have the body of that candle is red for sure. And we have a little bit of a bigger wick on top than on the bottom. But at the end of the day, it didn't move that much. So we're still sitting at 1756 right now. We'll see if we get to close below that ADMA or not.
Yeah, and when you're talking about Euro futures, I actually really enjoy trading the futures contracts because you're really trading that country and how it's doing against other countries. From an interest rate, divergence, convergence point of view, but the FX market is very technical and it's very technical based. And I think if you guys haven't explored the wide world of currencies, you might think it's a little confusing, but really it's when you have a macro reason to be buying or selling something, the charts kind of take care of themselves, which I love. I love knowing why I'm doing something, and then knowing that it's such a big instrument. Usually, when you're talking about like the European currency or the Japanese currency, that once that body starts in motion, they tend to stay in motion, and currency trends tend to develop and stay relevant for quite some time. Because if Jim just zoomed this out, he'll the whole year, you'll see that the euro is really just consolidating a very big move that it's made this year. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice trend channel up. I mean, to your point, though, from a I lost it. From a daily point of view, where's my Euro chart? You've got these 5-6 day kind of swing trends, 5-6 day swing trend, 5-6 day swing trend. So it is one of these things where a lot of times there's not a lot of chop day to day, and you get some nice trends. So if you're swing trading and holding positions for a couple of days, a lot of good opportunities there once you identify what that trend is.
Absolutely.
Oh man! All right. Well, let's see. We got to talk about the Bitcoin. I got to get Shy. What's going on with the Bitcoin?
With the Bitcoin, we are up today, but still kind of at the lower end, of that 127 high. We do have 23 billion in options expiry next Friday, and most of the open interest shows that traders are kind of pricing in continued downside risk. So we'll have to watch that. So Bitcoin could, make some moves, particularly next week before that options expiry.
Like,
I was just going to mention, when you're talking about Bitcoin, the 85,000 level has been a really big level this week, and I think that's good, especially if you're out buying equities. You're trying to play a Santa Claus rally. I believe below 85,000 opens up some downside in Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is a really good beta, like a high beta instrument for risk. So as long as we stay above 85,000, I wouldn't mind buying dips in equities. We get below 85,000, that's where my finger starts to come off the buy button when I'm talking about buying, S&Ps or NASDAQ futures or something like that.
Yeah, no, this is, at least for me personally, I'm a dip buyer here, but the $1 million question is, how much of a dip? Where are we going to go? Are we going to get to those April lows around 75,000 or not? Are we going to get, people are calling for 60,000, 50,000 even on the downside. I know that might be a little wild, but it could happen.
I don't know how wild that is. I know I had this conversation with Craig Shapiro just like a couple weeks back, and I believe Pax was on the show too. Yeah. Crypto is really really now part of Wall Street and fund managers and institutions. And it's not a hodler's market anymore. And hodler meaning, you know, hold on for dear life. Now crypto and Bitcoin and Ethereum, they are slaves to risk management. So, you know, when you have institutions that are like, look, I'm not a hodler. I'm down 10%. I need to get out. They're going to get out. They're not going to sit around and say, well, you know, I think Bitcoin's going to 1 million in the next. No, they have to deal with risk management principles and guidelines based on what their fund and institutional rules are. So that's why I think you have to be. You have to be careful with crypto. I don't think it's the same. It's not your grandpa's crypto market anymore.
Yeah, no, what you,
Well,
you know,
and-
go ahead, Tracy, go ahead.
And with all the ETFs in general, right? Because they
Yeah.
have to, settle daily on what price is doing, meaning they're going to either have to buy to add or they're going to have to sell. So these flows didn't exist before.
Absolutely.
It's funny how crypto the idea of it was a standalone outside the system product, and now it's become so institutionalized. It's built into everything.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. That's why it garners attention. Below 85,000, that's when, like I said, that's when I start getting a little worried about what's happening around me, as far as equities go. And I think it's a good, just kind of I love to look at correlations. Correlations help me manage risk, so Bitcoin is one of those. If I tend to be short dollars, that means I'm long Aussie dollars or something like that. It doesn't mean I'm not looking at Bitcoin. I'm keeping an eye on Bitcoin, because if Bitcoin breaks down, I might actually look at the Aussie and say, I don't know if I really want to own it anymore. Like, give me a reason to sell it. And so I start looking at correlations, not because of causation, but because they could have a domino effect on other asset classes that I might be trading.
Got it. Very awesome. Well, Blake, thanks again for being here with us Friday morning. We appreciate that. We're off next week, everybody. We're dark next week, so Blake, I'm not going to see you for a couple of weeks. So, happy holidays for sure to you and your family.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays to all of you and all of our listeners, and I'll look forward to catching up with you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and
And
Shai,
I'm out as well. I will see everybody in the chat.
very awesome, Shai. I'll talk to you later, Shai, but I will talk to Blake until he gets back. So in any event, thank you too. Awesome discussion. Appreciate your time this morning. All right. Great discussion so far with those two. Fantastic combination of human beings. It is that time, though. We are ready for Capital Preservation Friday. And joining me as usual on a Friday is the one and only Mighty Pax. Pax, how are you?
Great, Jimmy. How are you?
Pretty good, man.
Let me rephrase that. I have heart issues. I got a cold and my hemorrhoids are killing me. You guys all want to be traders? This is what you got looking for me. Yet, I still woke up early enough to shave.
That third bullet point was unnecessary, but thank you for for pointing that out. I've got my nieces. I do this for Christmas for my nieces. They like
I like it. You look
they
like
like to grab my face. Yeah, so we'll after the holidays we'll go back to shaving every morning.
you look like Santa Clausino.
Yeah. Well, I got to be careful when they're around. I got to, keep my hands in my pocket, keep their hands out of my pockets. I mean, they're Italian, so you got to be careful.
Hey, do you guys sing Dominic the Donkey?
No.
The Italian Christmas Donkey. That's one of my favorite songs.
I don't know where that came from, but every time I see it on a movie or something, it's pretty funny.
It really is funny.
Um,
Really, I am doing great. I'm excited about today. I love. I don't love the morning of Expiration Friday or Triple Witch, but I do like the afternoon trade. So don't sleep on it, especially in front of the end of the year stuff next week or the week after. As we head into this, it's going to be an interesting day. Maybe something interesting in the morning, but certainly an interesting afternoon, and I'm looking forward to that. It was fun listening to you guys talk. Blake is always just so positive and thoughtful in the way that he phrases things, and so very smart.
Yeah, and the thing about it's easy to kind of with all these new products, markets with the crypto and all the stuff that's coming down the pike, it's kind of easy to forget about how key the currency markets have been for traders for decades. I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh
this
yeah.
isn't a
Love
new
it.
thing. This is for many, many decades. And you remember when they were probably first launched back in the day. I don't even know when they were first launched.
Or the currencies, they were,
Yeah.
I'm not that old, dude. They were launched in the 70s. They were launched in, I think Leo Malamed came up with the idea. That's what revolutionized futures trading was Leo's idea. Leo, the great Leo Malamed, who's still alive, had the idea to trade financial futures, but what that was futures on currency products. And this is after Bretton Woods failed. When Bretton Woods failed, then Leo had the idea to revolutionize the futures industry by trading futures on Deutschmark, Swiss franc, Italian lira, on the world's currencies. And he enlisted the great Chicago economist Milton Friedman, Nobel Prize winner, and Milton Friedman and Leo Malamed changed the world with that. And then that led into the Board of Trade. The Merck started that, and then the Board of Trade started Treasury futures in the late 70s with Dr. Richard Sandor, who I think also was still alive. Anthony has done an interview with him on his radio show a couple years ago. Very interesting, Richard Sandor, and then that led into futures trading on the indices, S&P, Dow, Nasdaq. Mid cap Russell, all that too. But mid cap, the big tree, SPOs,
Yeah.
and then down Nasdaq. So that's what's changed this entire business. And if you guys want to know, I think it's very important for all traders to understand the history of futures trading. So go by when Leo Malamed, Melamed, wrote a couple of books, one called Man of the Futures, and then the other one, Back to the Futures or something like that. But I highly recommend both books. You get a real good feel as to what all of this is, what it's tethered to, and why we are here doing this. Okay, it's very important.
Yeah. No, for sure.
But anyway, to go back to what you were saying with the currency pits then died electronically, and then the euro came about in the late 90s, and I was there for that. I was clerking in the Eurodollar pit when that started, and then got my seat in 1997, started trading. But
yeah,
it's very interesting. It's an interesting journey, and
yeah,
you and I get to bridge you and Anthony bridge the gap between the old way of doing things and the new way of doing things. That's why I say all the time, I'm so very proud to be part of this network and to be part of the new generation of traders, the electronic traders that never knew the floor, never knew the pits, don't know the inner workings of how things work,
And you said, you said, I think you had an X post yesterday about there's some older floor guys and gals that are in your group that have made that transition to online successfully. A lot of those guys didn't, right? It was
Yes.
a hard kind of thing to do,
Yes.
and in all fairness, the early technology was okay. It wasn't, it's like it is today. Like NinjaTrader desktop platform is just ridiculously awesome. So it was a little difficult anyway, but a lot of those guys didn't make it, man.
They didn't. A lot of them, don't forget, a lot of them were clerks, so they didn't know how to trade. A lot of them were brokers, they didn't know how to trade. And a lot of traders didn't know how to trade either. They relied on their friends, their neighborhood friends, the people, their relationships, their family members, And if I was an order filler, I'd look for, my brother before I looked for, a trader. So when I started in the Nasdaq, I had no idea what I was doing. I thought that I can rely on my reputation as a clerk. I thought I can rely on my talent, my ability to be able to trade the Nasdaq. And well, that led me almost to either signing a prop deal, not funding company prop, and or going back to clerking until I met my mentor, who taught me, his exact words to me when I met him were, "I will teach you a way of trading that works on the floor, off the floor, anytime in the world, anywhere in the world."
Yeah.
And he did, and it still works. So I had a trading. I was taught a trading method. I was taught a trading process that works on the floor, off the floor, anywhere in the world at any time.
Yeah.
And as long as there's an open to close, a high and a low, it'll work. So anyway, a lot of those guys that didn't make it just didn't have they had the drive, they had the personality, they had the intensity. They just didn't have the trading process. And the most difficult aspect of moving from the floor, this dovetails into kind of a conversation that I had with a guy on Twitter named Mist. Shout out Mist if he's here. Anyway, he asked me to shout him out, so I did. So is look at the hardest part for me at least was, well, hold on, let me back up and say this, is that somebody had asked me, talked about like keying on all the other all the other brokers, the 3 or 4 brokers you watched. I wanted to become the kind of trader where the brokers needed to watch me. I didn't need them, they needed me. And so I worked really hard on becoming a big enough trader for the brokers to need me and for me to become an integral part of the NASDAQ. Yeah. So the most difficult aspect of trading on the screen for me was knowing how to decrease my size and knowing when not to trade. Just because I have an edge, and everybody talks about edge and nobody defines it, but just because I have an edge does not mean that I need to take every single trade that my process presents to me. The point that I made yesterday that I think ties this all together is the less I trade, the more money I'm going to make. Now, what is today? Friday. Wednesday's a good example. Trading the opening range and trading the 15 handle swings in the S&P or even the 65 handle swings in the NASDAQ. You had let's say 45 it was the opening range Wednesday. 45 was about in the opening range. That makes 30 the first target. Okay, you sell 45s, it's 4 offer, 3 offer, back up 47 bid down. Okay, so you had to almost sell the retracement or sell the next rejection. The first rejections from the OR were no good. Same thing from the rotations. You sell 30s, 28 bid or 29 offer, 8 offer, and then back up. You get scratched out, put them back on, they go. Okay, now that back and forth trading, if I'm being aggressive in that back and forth trading, I can make, trading 4 lots, I'll make $3,000 or $4,000, but I'm going to trade 1,000 or 1,500 times. I'm going to have $2,000 in commissions. Yeah. And I'm going to spend all kinds of energy. I'm going to spend all kinds of, mental capacity, and I'm going to be exhausted at the end of the day. Okay, is it worth it? Because the next day I'm going to trade the same way, and that day I'm going to lose 3,000, and I'm going to have 3,000 in commissions. Now what am I doing? And the day after, the market breaks 150 points, and I'm trading to make back my money, and I'm trading 15 handle swings, and I just missed a $100,000 move.
Yeah,
I'd rather catch the $100,000 move, miss the other days.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, let's take a peek at some of these markets here. I got a bunch of charts up. Where do you want to start? Because we've had a lot of stuff happen this week.
Oh man, we can start anywhere. One thing I wanted to mention about I love when you call it the Bitcoin. It makes me laugh. But the Bitcoin and something Craig and I talked about. Miss, hang around. I'll talk more about it. Okay. About Bitcoin is Craig and I and Blake and Sarah were talking about it on our Sunday show. 85,306. Okay, that is Blake you guys were talking about it just a few minutes ago. Yeah. That's the 100-week moving average. 100-week moving average is 85,306. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weekly lows there now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I mean, we breached it by a little bit and then take it out, but 85,306 for me is the huge support, but the line in the sand is going to be 74,000. Underneath 74,000, we'll be in the 50, 60 handle pretty quickly. So be careful with the Bitcoin. Pitch them underneath, well, either 85,309, 75,000 with the stop under 74.
That's a good call. I mean, I have these April lows kind of highlighted, and that's about 76,000 handle, give or take, depending on how you wanted to, with the ranges down there. But that has been on my chart really since the end of November, and I thought, we're going to get there sooner than later, but we haven't. We've been kind of going sideways here, surprisingly, in my mind.
Yes, it's holding that. Sideways markets always scare me when we're trading at big support like this, because
Yeah.
it becomes like a, gambling. Give me the dice. Let's roll them against the, gambling in an alley on 29th and Shields on the south side. Hopefully I don't crap out and piss everybody off. And, hopefully I keep my point. But, if they keep the point of 85,000, then we'll rally back up to 95, 96, and we can take out that high, it's back up to 103. But if they don't, man, it's in trouble. And everybody and their brother's looking at the same level. So it gets a little dicey when we kind of hang around here. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. No, and we have these are the lows, right? The 2025 lows are 74,605. That's that yellow line down there. So it's not too far away, actually, because Bitcoin moves like 4%, 5% at a time. It's not, a 0.12% move.
It's violent. It can rip your face. It's a rip your face off market. Oh, you're in there all happy and bushy tailed, like Blake is every morning. And then all of a sudden your face is ripped off and you look like that John Travolta, Nick Cage movie, Face Off. No good. I've been that guy. I don't like being that guy anymore.
Oh, man.
No good.
Oh, man. Anyway, I didn't know you hung around in Bridgeport at all.
Yeah, I'm from the South Side. Where do you think? Where else would I hang out at?
Dude, I lived in Bridgeport for a couple of years. It was fun.
No, it's a great neighborhood. You'd fit in perfectly there too.
Yeah, I did. All right, so let's get off the Bitcoin right now. Remember, we're still trading in the December Bitcoin right now. This is a monthly contract. We're not going to roll until after Christmas to January. We've done about 33,000 contracts, a little bit more than 33,000 contracts so far. So we expect some activity the rest of the day here. We're not done just because it's Friday. What do you want to jump to next? You mentioned silver earlier. Want to go to silver?
Yeah, sure. Silver, what a great trade silver is. So we've been talking about silver's been trading in $3.20 swings from the quarterly pivot at 50 something. So that takes us from, hold on, I got to do the math. I had Sister Pat Walsh as my math teacher. No good. I have to do it. So that takes us from $63.54. That gives us an upside target of 66.74. So I think it was Sunday, either Sunday last or Sunday previous. We were talking about on our Sunday show. I talked about that level, and it felt like it was, like it was 5 miles away. And I'm running barefoot. But man, it made it there. It got there. Maybe yesterday. Was it yesterday or was it Wednesday?
Well, last 2 days. You're talking 66.74, right?
66.74. Yeah.
For 2 days in a row, we wicked through it, kind of. You know what I mean? We closed above it actually on Wednesday,
and then back right below it too. So keep your eye on 66.74. So here, 66 above that.
Yeah.
That gives us. That gives us an upside target of 69.94. So if we get above and we can sustain a bit above 66.74, it takes us to 69.94. So that's a nice big round number. $70, everybody likes big round numbers. So if we get above 66.74 in crude, you can take, in silver, you can take a long at it, above it, with a stop, just below it. So buy them. Yeah. Pay for them with $2 or $3, $4, and then or not $2 or $3. Pay for them with like 50 cents or $1. Remove your risk. Stop at break even, and then just stay out of the way. Let silver be silver.
Yeah, this is really the most amazing thing to me is the volume. Today, a little bit light today, but still really, really good. It's big contract, 38,000 contracts. The micros, which in this case are 1/5 the size, so it's a little weird, but only because they've been around a long time. They literally have done, let's see, silver, almost 71,000 contracts already. And so this market has definitely raised some eyebrows in the last, 2 months.
And a lot of profit in a profit and loss statement. Yeah, raise a lot of eyebrows and put a lot of money into a lot of people's pockets. It's a silver bells kind of Christmas this year. Silver bells.
Yeah, so I mean, we had a nice. This has been the pattern. It's like, look down here. We'll start at the beginning of December. You know, had a rally, then we have 5 or 6 days of consolidation, then we had a kind of a jump up, couple days, 4 or 5 days of consolidation, then a jump up. Then we're on our third day of consolidation right now, and that's been the pattern here. So we'll see if that continues. If it does, that's certainly bullish. And I don't know if these are Marabuzu candles or not. Someone in the chat could correct me if I'm wrong. This big one and this big one, but if it is, it's a bullet. That's definitely another bullish signal.
You know, look, we talked about, you and I have talked about on our shows together on Fridays. We have talked about, you know, the importance, or I've talked about the importance of the Hunt Brother high, and the Hunt Brothers high, and the kind of a double top, a long-term double top. And those prices were like $49 and change, and then $50.36. Yeah. So when we settle, the last quarter settlement in November was $50.93. Okay, so when we close above that, then it's a buy. It's just strictly a buy. $50.93. We're above the Hunt Brothers high. We're the 1980 high. We're above the 2011 high, yeah. And the market has nowhere to go but up. And that's all it's done. $3.20 swings. It's a $3.20 swing market. And when the market completes its swing, then you let it set up for the next one. So anything between 63.54 and 66.74 is noise to me. Noise. And I want nothing to do with the noise. We close above, we start trading above that $66.70 level. I'll be a buyer, and I'll be a buyer up to, you know, almost to $70, $69.94. Anything in between that, you know, nothing for me.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see what happens here. But boy, oh boy, just from a chart point of view, this thing's looking strong. So,
oh, it sure is.
I mean, I think we're up like 125% on the year. Let's just double check that. I got a little measurement tool here. Let's just see how close I am. Right now, 119% on the futures on my continuous non-back adjusted chart. So it's this is the chart of the year.
The chart of the, well, you know, I mean, look at gold. What's gold up from? Remember the quarterly pivot we talked about in the summertime, 33.
Yeah.
What's the net change? What's the percentage change in gold from there?
I don't know. Let's try it. Let's go to, let me, I didn't do this one. I'm just going to go beginning of January to start, just to see where we are. And that's pretty much the start of this trend.
Yeah.
I mean, this is pretty much the start of it. And we'll go to where we're at now. And then I'm going to have to convert to percent really easy here on the ruler tool. We got a ruler. We got just like, what was it, sister? Who was your math teacher?
Sister Pat Walsh. She ruined me.
What do you mean she ruined you?
Oh, she was the worst teacher ever. She was just oh my goodness. I mean, I can't, she's forever etched in my memory. She was terrible. Then I went to, at De La Salle High School, we had this guy, Mr. Winchitonis. A short little Lithuanian who beat the shit out of us.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, you didn't mess with. If you didn't do your homework with Wichitonis, you got. Oh my goodness, I saw him not long ago. You know, he's an 85-year-old man. The second I saw him, I got nervous. Oh geez, here he comes.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we didn't have that. Oak Park River Forest High School in the '70s was the golden era for kids, so we didn't have a lot of that.
Thank goodness you didn't go to Fenwick. You would have had to swim naked.
Wow, I know. So, and back then it was like unlike now. So, like right now, like as an example, my son has lifelong friends that went to Fenwick. Right, he went to Oak Park River Forest High School. They went lifelong friends. Back when I was there, it was lifelong enemies. You were not gonna befriend a Fenwick guy.
Oh yeah, well they were the rich kids too, right?
Yeah. You had to pay to that school. Gold's up about 66% from January, so from a percent point of view, it's not quite silver.
But no, it wasn't. But gold has been a lot. This has been a tremendous trading year for me, and gold has been a large part of it. I'm long silver, but not nearly as much silver. So it just feels like gold has just been, you know, I don't know, much
Yeah.
better and clear. Above 33.33, above 33.34. We talked about the long-term upside target as being 44 even. We got there when we were in Naples, Florida, and
Yeah.
then got above. We got there yesterday, took it out, and I tweeted that two closes above 4,400 in gold. Alex another 800 to $1,000 upside, and all this is based off of long-term lows from and all math, by the way, not trend lines or any of that, but just old lows going back to like 1969 and 1980. So just look at these levels. To know where we're going, you have to know where you've been. So you have to know how to calculate that. It's not
Yeah.
rocket science. You just have to know what you're looking at.
Yeah. So how tough do you think 4,400 is going to be to crack? I mean, right now we've
Hard.
tried it. We're trying it again just about every day.
Yeah, hard. It'll be very difficult. It's going to be a hard level to get through. I don't want to sell it. I'm not going to get short there. I took profit on my longs in October. I thought about doing it again yesterday, but I thought, yeah, ooh, holy shit, look at it. It's taking it out. It's going to fly through it. And then it came back down. So I'm just going to wait for it to crack it, start trading above it. And I'll get long someplace. I'll re-long the market someplace above it. I'm not going to trade anywhere near it. That's it.
Got it. Well, it's still structurally looking strong. I mean, the moving averages are sloping up nicely here. That anchored VWAP is way in the rearview mirror. That's that white line. We got some other PAX levels here as well. MACD's not doing anything crazy. So just overall structurally longer term, this is a really nice kind of orderly rally. A couple of points of consolidation, a slowdown, and then it resumes. So it's not as jumpy as silver, but it's doing silver-like stuff.
Yeah, silver-like stuff. That's right. Silver-like stuff.
Yeah.
That's a very technical term that Jimmy and I employ.
Oh my God. Let's take a look at the volume here. Where am I at in volume? Gold's done 67,000 contracts so far. Micro gold in February's done 131,000 contracts. There's a lot of meat on the bone, folks, with the micro contracts. Don't think they're too small to trade. They're not. There's a lot of volume there, and that's a good place to talk about. As a matter of fact, at 9:15 today, we're going to really get into this idea of a spread trade between the micros and what I call the classics or the minis. We're going to talk about that, and Pax is going to demonstrate them with his real live account. So we're looking forward to that. But anyway, so you got options to trade gold. You got a couple of different flavors there.
Above 44 even, two closes above 44 even. Alexa moves up to like 52,000 or 5,200, 52 to 5,400. It could be upwards to $1,000 move, depending on how short people are.
Yeah, I got a line at 51.33 for some reason, but we'll leave that there.
We'll get there.
We'll leave that there. All right. All right. So where do you want to go? Let's shoot over to the 30-year Treasury bonds. This has been, this is my market of choice from yesteryear. But right now, this is the story, Pax, I've seen so many times lately. This thing moves, it trends before an FOMC, like for 7-10 days before an FOMC. FOMC comes out, it moves a little bit more and then goes sideways and waits for the next FOMC. And this has been kind of the thing. And right now we're kind of in this like trend between 114, 21, 30 seconds. It's kind of framing the bottom, support area. And the top right now is kind of where we're at right now. It's just south of that 115.24 level. So a little over a handle. But again, it reminds me of this whole period here we had in November. This is what I'm looking at, only at a lower level.
Yeah, I agree. Blake had said, in the beginning of our conversation, you were talking about the importance of currency trading, and then I went off about Leo, but Leo Malamed. But there are two things that I wish I had learned earlier in my life, and that is how the dollar affects capital flows, and also I wish I'd learned how to trade options better. Two of my weaknesses. But as far as bonds, I learned a great deal early on about how the bond market affects the indices and also gold eventually. And now I'm learning how Bitcoin affects all of it. So Blake was talking about how, if Bitcoin pukes underneath the 100-week, well, I was talking about the 100-week moving average, but if Bitcoin pukes underneath 84.85, then then we'll see a liquidation in the indices, and I think the bonds are going to trail off and take out that double or triple bottom that we have at 114.17.
Yeah.
114.17 is a really big area. It was good and big resistance on the way up early on in the year, and once we got above that level, it's been very, very solid support, and we've stopped there. This entire move has stopped there now a couple of times.
Yeah.
So I think that the 30-year is just kind of floating in between 114.17 and 115.25 and just kind of looking for its next move, whether it's a year-end dump or a year-end pump, or it's a reaction to what the Japanese and European bonds are doing, or whether or not it's a reaction into what the indices are doing, or the FOMC. The next meeting in Jan will determine the next leg in the 30-year bond. But that's setting up too. Everything right now feels to me like it's on a shelf, like it's on the shelf ready to jump to the next shelf, or it's on the shelf ready to fall apart. I think we're going to fall apart, and I'll get into that in a set my long-term outlook in a minute, but that's what I think we're doing. I think that's what the bonds are doing. So, I'm not trading bonds. I have nothing on. I've been long them and short them this week. I've stopped out. I've paid for each trade. I've stopped out for scratches on the others. So I'm just waiting now. Waiting to see what we do.
I know. On the cash side, the yields are 4.83 or something like that this morning, and at 5.0 on a 30-year, then shit gets real. I mean, people start freaking out, and then the mechanisms kick into play with the Fed and everybody else.
Right.
Yeah, I think we're starting at 9:15 today.
So let me talk about crude real quick.
Yeah, let's do it.
We talked about crude. Sarah and I have had this trade now. We've talked about 55.10 for a long time, and on Sunday nights, and I talked about how we get down there, I'm going to buy them with a stop at underneath 54.90. So we stopped at 55.10. I got long right there, and I put my stop in at 54.85, and then when I paid for my trade, I raised it up to 90, and then so my stop is still there. So I paid for my trade the other day, Tuesday, I believe, or maybe Wednesday at 56.20. So I'm long. I'm long half my original unit. So I took profit on them too, but I'm long half my original unit, and I don't quite have an upside target yet because it's not acting real strong. But 55 even-ish, 54.90 to 55.20. Is where the producers is the price that the producers need to defend. 54. You guys were talking about Landman earlier. If you're watching Landman, you're going to laugh, you're going to cry, but you're also going to learn something too. 54.90 to 55.20 is as low as the producers need or can let it before we're looking at a sort of a real downturn in crude. So if they can defend that, then we can drip back up into the 6 handle, and then maybe settle into there in the beginning of the year, and then see what happens with bigger market forces, whether they hold it or not. So if they can hold it, then 60.50 will be an upside target I'll take profit at. So anything between there is going to be noise unless there's some sort of a downturn in it. So 54.90, 55.20 would be a good spot to buy them with a pitch stop underneath 54.90 to pitch your position. So your risk is defined and your upside is relatively large.
Well, that 60.50 level is right at the swing high here that we saw at the beginning, the 5th of December.
Yes.
So that would definitely be a nice move up if we can get there. So
if we can get above that, then buy more.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do. I mean, I literally had some, in addition to your lines, I was like, all right, let's do a fib extension. I mean, we're hitting new lows here. We're digging new lows. I hear Tracy talk about, what's going to happen if we go too far down. But I put the extensions here just to kind of see if we could achieve anything. you know, the 100%'s at 55.01, and we almost nailed that exactly, right? I think we were a tick or two below it. Next step down, that 123.6% extension at 53.71. And it was a really clean extension because you went from the swing high here on the 24th of October down to the swing low, which was on the 25th of November, so about a month later. And then we retraced back up to here, right? This point me and you just talked about on the 5th. And those 3 points defined the extension, and it was a very, very clean kind of textbook way to do it. So
It was.
if it falls apart, you know, I got that 53.71 on my radar screen.
Well, you've got perfect trade definition because you're long right at your stop, and that's what you want, right?
Yeah.
Or you know, so listen, guys, tune in to our Sunday night show. Where Sarah Strat Sniper and I have talked about this level now for the last 2 or 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
And Jimmy and I have talked about it. You know, we don't keep this a secret. You know, we don't keep these levels a secret. We don't keep our trades a secret. We talk about them, you know, as they're taking shape and in real time. So tune in. Sunday night's a great show. It really is.
Yeah. No, you know, it's funny, Pax, because it's like when this idea Sunday night came up, I'm like, oh no, hopefully they won't ask me to do this. But now it's must see TV. I'm there watching every day. It's unbelievable how good it is. It's Sunday. It's a 5 o'clock start, right, or 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock start, East Coast time. It is just a good way to get your mindset kicked in after the weekend and start thinking about, you know, your game plan for the next day. And to hear you guys talk about each market in such detail, really, it's just a huge advantage for traders to go to that. So I'm never not going to go to it. It's awesome.
Well, it's a great show, and I was reluctant to do it too. I mean, Sunday afternoon, you know, there'll be Sundays that'll be hard for me to do when you know, summer times when the kids are home, we're doing things with the lake or something like that. But you know, I'll do it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So everybody, that's NinjaTrader Live Sunday evening. Don't miss that out on that one as well. This Sunday, are we dark? That's a great question.
No, I don't know.
I'm gonna put that into mission control.
I don't plan that far out ahead. Yeah, I didn't realize that we were dark next week until you mentioned it before we started.
Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Let's reiterate that. Next week we're dark next week. I mean, there's no stream next week, including I'm pretty confident it's that Sunday night. But the following week, it's game on, right?
Yeah.
After Christmas week, it's game on. Yeah, we're going to probably be dark New Year's Day on that Thursday, but it's going to be a busy, busy week, end of the week, and then beginning, especially that Friday, you know, that Friday after, January 2nd, that could be a powerful day to trade too. So we're going to be here for
Let's
sure.
talk about that. Let's talk about that real quick because I think we're getting into the CME segment soon. So, my outlook for 2026 is not something I've kept a secret either. I'm bearish 2026. 69.80 has been my long-term upside target in the ES. Now, DCS did not make it there. The high was 69.53, but March made it there last week. So that's like my ex-wife losing 60 pounds after we got divorced. You know, not much of a benefit, you know, to me, but because I was trading decent.
I don't know why I laughed at that.
I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry, Nicole. I hope my kids aren't listening to this. God, I shouldn't have said that. Savannah, please edit that too. Anyway,
anything goes on Fridays. We're good.
Yeah. Well, the market's not open. Anything goes after the market opens. Right now, I should be polite and nice. Genevieve, Danny, if you're watching, I have a cold.
Blame it on the illness. Anyway, that upside target has been reached. The year is over. I've been saying this for the last 2 weeks. The year is over. The high is in. We're not going anywhere. Santa Claus rally, Schmanta Claus rally. This is not bullish price action, period. Now, and I don't know, 2 months ago, we had talked about how these charts in the S&P and the NASDAQ look very much to me like 1999.
Going into the end of the year, the only thing that was missing, and I talked about this in October, the only thing that was missing was that volatility that we had in late 1999. Well, all of a sudden, ba-boom, we got it. We took out the 100-week moving average. We traded back down to the quarterly pivot at 66.58, made that low at 65.20, and then the market rallied back up, and here we are. So, that was the volatility that I wanted to see. Now, the first week of the year, I don't know that we're going to turn around and fall apart then, but the market is under tremendous pressure. There's a lot of reason for us to be able to at least sell off a bit, maybe find a bottom base there and then come back up and attack the highs. Who knows what we're going to do? But I am not, and look, also don't forget, I have never seen a bid that I have not wanted to hit. I'm a much better short than I am a long. I make much more money on the short side than I do on the long side. So I kind of could be talking my opinion, but now also, okay, now when next week when we have our new quarterly pivot, and then when we get the yearly opening range, the tone for the entire year will be set. So whatever the quarterly pivot is for this quarter sets the tone for all of 2026, long above, short below. Whatever the yearly opening range is, long above, short below. So that level, the difference between the two. For example, this last year, December's quarterly pivot was 58.40. Take a look at a daily chart and see how the market traded above it and below it. The yearly opening range for this year is 59.49. We rallied up to 61.63 and then started with the tariff stuff, took out 59.49. You take profit at 59.49. We go through it. You sell everything you possibly can. You sell them until your front end rejects them. And then you're going to take profit at 58.40. These are the trades that most people are going to miss because they have their heads in these 15-minute charts or these 5-minute charts, and you're looking for these small little swings. Once we get below 58.40, it's sell them again until your front end rejects them, right? Yeah. So that is the kind of price action that we're going to have next year based off of these quarterly pivot, based off of January's opening range. So my opinion in the market is that we sell off next year. If we open and we rally, I'll be long. I have a process that keeps me away from trading my opinions, or, in a more shocking way, keeps me away from trading my guesses.
And what point in January does that reveal itself usually?
It's just the very first, it's the opening price.
Okay.
The opening price of the year. So I'm going to pay attention, squeeze me. I'm going to pay attention to the RTH open, and I'm going to pay attention to the E-mini open. All it is, just the very first price of the year. 59.49 for the all sessions or for the 23-hour market, and 59.67. So that was the yearly opening range I used, 59.49 to 59.67. And every fund in the world is going to look at that level. Every investment banker in the world is going to use that as its pivot. So you just need to pay attention to the yearly opening range, because above it, everything is positive, everything is hunky-dory, and below it, everything isn't.
All right. Well, we're going to find out sooner than later. At Globex Open, I believe, is on New Year's Eve night.
Yes. Yeah.
And then boom,
Fun.
Then we got a Friday. So yeah, Friday will be fireworks. It's weird to have these holidays on a Thursday. Kind of messes up the flow of the week, but traders don't care. We're going to be here Friday.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll be in an undisclosed tropical location with turquoise blue water, but I'll be my computer will be open. I'll be here with you guys. I will not abandon you. I'll be doing my show from there.
Are you going to be in the Caribbean or Caribbean, however you say it?
Yeah, the Caribbean. We used to see the Caribbean, right? Well, and then when we grew up and heard other people outside of Chicago talk, I started to say the Caribbean.
Yeah. No, I know. Oh, in any event, it'll be a good time. It'll be a good time for sure. So, but we have work to do. We're not there yet. This is still Capital Preservation Friday. There's still some work to do here, and
yes, sir.
We're going to dig it in. Let's kind of pivot over. Can we pivot over to Pax's charts real quick, guys? Get those guys going.
Hip hop hooray, ho, hey. Oh, I don't know why that's in my mind.
We're waiting on Mission Control just to pop over the charts. But before we do that, let's just. I think it's time. It is time right now. It's almost 9:15, and I do want. Let's start this segment off 9:15. It is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. Great tagline. We've been talking about these great CME markets all morning long. All these asset classes are covered. There's a bunch of different flavors in each one of these asset classes, from micros to minis to classics, which just gives traders, no matter who you are, pretty much the ability to participate. So we appreciate that for sure. And we're going to talk about the relationship between the micro contracts and the mini contracts, their bigger brother contracts, and how to trade between the two and how to spread between the two. And that's why we're switching over to Pax's charts right now, because he's the master of this idea.
I'm not the master of shit.
Yes, you are.
I am. The second I start thinking, somebody had mentioned about my wife being my firewall. The master I start the second I start thinking that I'm the master of anything, my wife is going to shut down my accounts and keep me away from the screens. Last time I felt like that, I pissed away a few million, and we ended up selling our house and moving back to the south side of Chicago.
My bad. All right, but right now you have the E-mini S&P up, right? You have the micros and the classics up on your screen.
CC. So I do. C is yes in Spanish. So okay. So here are the minis. Here are the micros. So, Trade of 8 prop is now offering this too for you guys that are funding company prop traders. You have the ability to be able to do this. And somebody said, well, why? I saw somebody on Twitter ask, well, why would I want to trade the mini micros as a spread when I could just trade micros? Yeah, you can go ahead and trade micros for sure. You can. You want to trade 20 lot micros, but you're going to be paying a tremendous amount of money in commissions. So you cut down on your commissions by trading in minis. You're going to pay a little bit more in commission, but you're going to pay a lot less cumulatively in commissions, right? And commissions matter. But that's not the real reason to trade the mini micro spread. The real reason to trade mini micro spread is to learn how to utilize both markets against one another to increase your profitability, to increase your profit options. And that is the key. So you cut down on your commissions, and then you use both sides of the market to be able to effectively, or much more effectively, more exponentially increase your profit opportunities. If you trade in a 2-lot mini, you only have 2 profit opportunities open to you. But if you trade in a 2-lot mini and you trade out in 20-lot micros, you have got nothing but opportunity in front of you. Or a 1-lot mini, you trade out in 10-lot micros. Nothing but opportunity. And traders have a tendency to, Dan Graham's a shared friend of ours, Jimmy, your friend, a teacher of mine, had said to me, the only thing I remember about the very first technical analysis class was this, and Dan taught it, was everything else was may as well have been in Greek. But what he had said was, every trade that you make has the potential to make your wildest dreams come true. Conversely, every trade you make has the potential to crush you. Yeah. I took that to heart. And too often we are limiting, as traders, retail traders, independent traders, we are limiting our upside. I don't want to limit my upside. I don't want to trade. I don't want to sell a 2-lot at 42 and buy a 2-lot back at 40. I can make money doing that, but I'm going to limit myself. I want to sell a 2-lot at 43. I want to buy 5 at 37, 5 more at 30, 5 more at 27, and leave 5 on until we get to the yearly opening range. Just whatever, theoretically. Yeah. So we're going to talk about how we can do that and how we can manage our risk. So there's a lot of different ways of doing that. I'm going to trade today. I'm going to trade in 2-lot minis, and I'm going to trade out in 20-lot micros. if I wasn't doing this on the show, I would take a couple of trades off the open to see if I can catch something. I don't trade, 2 lots. I trade much bigger than that when I trade, but I'm going to take more trades than what I normally would just for the sake of illustrating this. Okay. But I've done that the last few weeks. The moves in the market on Friday have not been happening until after 10 or 10:30 Eastern time. So that's when the market has been making its move, and I'm not going to be here then. So I will do that here so that you guys I can hopefully demonstrate it. Okay. Now, the one thing to please understand is what I call my 2x4 is how I protect myself. So if I take 2 expenses in a row out of the opening range, I'm going to cut my size and give myself 2 more expenses. I'm not going to do that here. I'm not going to do that now because I'm going to try to illustrate to you guys how to trade this spread. Just be aware that the most important aspect of this business is how you protect yourself. And then that's risk management. Most users are going to call risk management. And then beyond that, once you learn how to properly manage your risk, you become a break-even trader. Then it becomes, how do I take money out of the market? How do I manage my profit? And that's what we're going to hopefully do here if there's some movement off the open. But we've been churning the same area for the last 6 hours, so I doubt that we do anything.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Every single bell's a different bell, so you never know. But we'll see how it goes. And the thing I like about it, the way that you're doing this, is once you have your core position established, then you're able to not only manage risk but control how much exposure you have to the S&P 500 futures, right? By putting micros on or taking micros off. So because that relationship is fungible, right? So you have that ability to kind of, I hate to use the word reduce your risk. I'd rather use reduce your exposure, right, at any given second, or increase your exposure at any given second.
Well, there's ways to increase your size without increasing your exposure. It depends on how you're looking at what your exposure is. So my Tom Dog, here's the answer to that question. And by the way, you must be new here because I do that every week. But the point is that I want to protect the beginning balance of my statement. Period. Okay. So if my statement says that I've got $50,000 in my account, that's the beginning balance of my statement, I want to protect that. So if I'm trading 4-lot minis, I'm willing to spend 800 of that 50,000, never any more than that. If I'm trading a 2-lot, I should only spend 400, never more than that. Okay. Except for maybe in busier markets with bigger ATRs. So let's say I pay for the trade, I take profit at the 15-handle rotation, I'm up 2,000, that becomes my new beginning balance. So I'm protecting the 50. Now I got 52, and I'm going to spend some of that 2 in order to try to make another 3 or 4 if the market is moving that way. So at that point, at no point, as I show you, I'm going to buy, if I buy 44s, market goes 45 bid, scratch stop goes in, I cannot possibly lose money. That market propels higher, I've got something going, and never did I take any risk. I took expenses. I was willing to take expenses, but not risk. And to me, it's probably the same thing. It's just semantics, but to me, it's a mindset shift. So if I'm willing to spend some money in this market, then this becomes less like playing poker, more like a business, willing to spend some money to make money while protecting my bottom line and not letting it get out of hand. Going back to the original point, I think that I made a long time ago about, how do I say this? Well, I lost my train of thought. See, another thing that happens when you get older.
That's right. So let me just interrupt really quickly here. So we have the 2 domes up, the 2 trading ladders up, NinjaTrader Super Domes up for the E-mini S&P and the micro. And the technique that PAX is going to demonstrate, there's other markets that have micros that you could do this in also, right? Now the application might be a little different because of the way those markets move, but you got micros in all the stock index futures. You got micros in in crude oil as an example. That's a great market. And you have them in gold, currency pairs. So this isn't necessarily unique to the E-mini S&P, the technique. But I'm glad that PAX is showing this on the E-mini S&P.
Right. You can trade this way with all of these other markets that seem like they're, like they might be beyond you. Gold is a big boy market, or silver is a big girl market. It's major league you want to be a major league hitter, you have to hit major league pitching. That's major league pitching. Well, the mini micros gives you an entry into those markets, and learning how to be able to properly manage your profit. And that to me is the most, learning how to properly manage your profit the way that I was kind of describing, where you're protecting the beginning balance. That's more important to a long-term profitable trader's career than risk management. I mean, risk management gets you to break even, but learning how to manage your profit, that makes you profitable. Learning how to exploit your profit, adding to your positions without exponentially increasing your risk, that makes you rich. And very, very, very few of us will ever learn how to do that, which is very, very few of us only, will become financially free. We've got to keep our heads out of this back and forth. Oh, the point that I was trying to make earlier, the back and forth trading, I made 3,000, but I've got 1,500 commissions. The next day I lose 3,000. I've got 3,500 commissions. Then the next day is super easy. And I missed the entire move because I've got my head in, the last 2 days, and I'm not focused on the next trade. The only trade that matters is the next one. I'm worrying about all this other shit. Now, how many times have you guys looked at your statements and seen at the end of the month, you're up 10 grand. At the end of you look at that, and if you would have only taken those days that were super easy, you would have made 20. You're up 10, you've got 5 in commissions, and you feel like you've made money. You know what I mean? But you look back, and all that money that you've made was made on very, very easy days. So how do you eliminate the back and forth in the days that are not easy? As I've grown older and I've become more of a mature trader, mature person, I've learned how to do that. And that means that I don't take every trade that my process offers, although I'm going to do that this morning to illustrate these points. But it also means that I'm not going to take every trade that I see. I look at when the NASDAQ rotates up 30 points. Yesterday was a good example. We rallied up to 72. And the S&P rallied up to 72, and then we started to drift down. I can see that the market was tailing off, and that was the high. But I'm not going to get short there. I am not going to sell that. That is not part of my process. That is a trade that I see happening, but it's not a trade I'm going to take. It's more important to me it's more important to you that you protect yourself 1,000 times out of 1,000 and not try to catch every wiggle. Because when the market does come out of the opening range, does take out the high, and does rally another 100 points, you're stuck holding your shoe in your hand. And I'm adding to my positions, and the traders in my group are adding to their positions, and they're on their way to becoming free. That's what we're trying to do. You see what I mean? So
yeah, I mean, you're channeling my inner coach Signetti right now, but you're trading to a standard. Every trade,
every day.
Every single trade's different, but it's done at the highest standard, regardless of what happened the last time. Right. So that's part of what you're talking about, and this is just a powerful message. Trade to the highest standard you can every single time.
Every time. But know what your standard is. If you don't know what your standard is, and your standard is not definable, then please don't do this. Don't trade. Don't trade. This is the greatest business in the world, man. I mean, the greatest business in the world. And if you're looking to catch every wiggle, you're going to sell those 72s because the market is exhausting, and you're going to buy them back at 60. Well, that's a good trade. But when that doesn't work, now you're taking risk and not expenses. When it does work and that market propels through it, and my group and me and my group are adding to our longs, you're looking for the next rally to sell for another 10-point profit, not us. So I'm going to let that go, because I'm looking for those easy days that are coming, and I'm going to protect myself 1,000 times out of 1,000 while looking for places to be able to take profit and try to add to them. And trading the mini micro spread teaches you how to add your positions without exponentially increasing your risk. And God willing, there'll be some movement today. There hasn't been any during our show the last few weeks, but God willing, there'll be some movement today, and we'll be able to illustrate that point, or some of those points anyway.
Well, we're going to find out in a minute and 45 seconds, but I can feel it in the air today, baby.
Oh, I hope so. I really think that this afternoon is going to be a good trade, but this morning could be choppy and doing nothing too. So let's see. I'm if I was trading my own stuff, then not trading on the stream, I would look to spend a little bit of money, half of what I can make at the pay line. So if I'm trading 16, then I'll spend 1,600 or 1,800. That was it. If I'm trading a 4 lot, I'll spend 400. That's all. So let's see what we're gonna do, my brothers and sisters, in the next minute. What time is it? We have a minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, baby.
So before that, in this time period, before the market opens, do some box breathing. Breathe in 4 seconds, hold it 4 seconds, and breathe out. Lower your blood pressure, slow your mind down, lower your heart rate, so that when the market opens and everybody else is seeing everything chaotically, you're seeing everything in slow motion because you've got control of things. You are in control of this. This is not in control of you. All right. And we have 40 seconds left. My attitude does change once I start trading. So if all of a sudden we turn into Uncensored Friday, don't hold that against me next time we're praying the rosary on Twitter.
No one's holding it against you, buddy. You do packs. That's why we're here.
All right. 15 seconds. We just rallied 10 points out of nowhere. The S&P did. So this is going to be a choppy open. Let's see what kind of volume we get. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, open. Okay. Oh my goodness. What is that? Get out of here. Fuck, dude. Okay. Opening range is top of the opening range is 51.5. I'm long. Scratch stop. Can't lose money. Got ticked out. Trying to put it back. Shit. I should have let it work a little bit more.
You're gonna get it again.
No. If I do, I might not want it. All right, I'll buy 54 halves. No. 51, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll buy 55 halves, the pay line. So those of you might, this was an easy long. That's a shame I fucked that up. I should have waited for the market to hold it a little bit, but I put my scratch stop in too fast. So for those of you in my group, you got your offer in at 51, 55. See, fucking very definition. All right, now I got long somewhere. I'm pretending I'm long from 55 half. Okay, so we go 56 half bid. I'm going to put in a scratch stop. There we go. Now all I have to do is pay for the trade. Don't stop me out, you son of a bitch. All right, I'm going to pretend I'm long from 51 half. It's only a 2 lot. All right, so there. I'm long 51 halves at the top of the opening range. I got my scratch stop in. Now the first rotation is going to be, what is it? It's 66 half. There. Okay, so I'm long 2. Oh, I got to pay for my trade. Shite. Long 2, short 5. So what I did was I bought 2. I've got 20 micros to trade out of. I sold 5 micros to remove my risk. So now I have a free trade on. I'm long from the opening range, and I've got a 5 lot. I sold 5 to remove my risk. I sold 25% to my unit. First target is going to be 66 half. So let's use 65, 67. 65, 67. So I'm going to take profit at 67. I'm going to add more above 67. I'm going to take profit at 65. I'm going to add more above 67.
So right now you're basically long 3/4, 1 and a half minis.
Right. The market's going to do one of 2 things. It's going to come down, scratch me out, in which case I've locked in a little bit of profit by paying for my trade, or it's going to continue to rally and it's going to trade up to 65 and put money in my pocket. I have no risk. I don't do anything. I stay out of the way of the market, and I let the market do whatever it's going to do, and I accept whatever it does do. Now, if we do go, so I was talking about adding to my position, right? So if we do go 65 bid, I'm going to take profit at 65. We go 65 bid, I'm going to try to add more. We go 67 bid above this rotation, the first 15 handle rotation, I'm going to buy more. Okay. Now I can add to my size by simply, once I get these 65s, then I'll be long 2, short 10. I can add to my position by just simply covering the micros and just being short 2 again. It's like I came out of the opening range with the 4 lot on. So again, you know, this is, I can take profit here. Oh, man, we stopped at where 63.5, not good enough. So there's 2 ways I can add to my size. I can buy minis at 65 and then buy more at 67 above this rotation. Or I can just simply cover my micros and stay long 2.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a super good point. That talks about how you could use both of these markets together to change your, and I'll use the word exposure again.
Yeah. So let's do it that way. Let's add once I get these 65s, we go 67 bid. I'm going to cover my micros. We'll add that way. So again, it's like coming out of the opening range with the 4 lot. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because right now you're long 1.5, you get rid of your micros and then you're long 2 again.
Okay, now if I bought a 4 lot coming out of the opening range, I'd sell one at the pay line,
Yeah.
I would sell one at the rotation, and I'd be long 2.
Correct.
So now I come out of the opening range, I buy 2, I sell 5 to remove my risk, I sell 5 more to take profit, I cover them, and I'm long 2. Same thing. Why do you trade 65s? I got gots on goal. If they stop there, if they stop there, I'm going to start chucking fucking computer screens out the window like they're frisbees.
It's hard to sell the highs, Pax, but
oh my goodness.
there we go. There we go. Come on, give him a little love.
See, this is not that's not the kind of market you talk sweetly to like I would one of my daughters. It's the kind of market you start punching in the face like I would one of my sons. I would never punch my sons in the face. I would yell at them as if I was going to, but I would never hit any of my kids. You dirty son of a bitch. Bid. What's the NASDAQ rotation? Shit, the NASDAQ has achieved its 65 handle rotation. Yeah. 25,458 is the NASDAQ rotation. The NASDAQ has got there. The S&P trades in 15 handle rotations. NASDAQ trades in 65 handle rotations. Oh, that's disappointing. Oh, shit. I should have reached, as soon as we traded 65, I should have reached and just, you know, I should have made it an MIT.
Yeah, that's another great observation. Great comment.
Do you guys know what that is? An MIT? Does anybody not know what that is?
So with a limit order, you're in line behind whatever orders are there before you. With an MIT, it looks like a limit order, but once price touches that level, even though there might be limit orders ahead of your MIT order, it's automatically going to trigger a market order.
It becomes a market order. So once it trades 65 one time, it immediately becomes a market order.
Yeah.
So I'd sell 64.75s or 64.5s. And, you know, here I'm stuck holding my thumb in my hand.
You would have got filled on at an MIT there.
Right. I quite often I use MITs.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to come back to the opening range. I'm going to get scratched out of these. We traded the rotation. Both the NASDAQ traded up to whatever that is, 458, and then came down. You see right here, NASDAQ traded 458, and then came. Yeah. Now it's headed back to the OR, and the SPOOs did the same thing. SPOOs traded right up to 65, 66.5 is rotation. I always use the 2 points around it. So 65, and then it came right back down. So once we trade there and we come back down to it, then once we come back down, once we trade to it, then we come back down through it. The market trades in like ladder rungs. I might get fancy in this.
Yeah, let's do it.
Meaning if we get back to the opening range, I get stopped out, I'll sell 51 halves and then try to sell 54.75. So increase my size without increasing my risk. If the market holds the opening range, it will trade 65. Okay, now here is now here again, the market does this all day, every day, without exception. Above the opening range, it trades to the 15-handle rotation. NASDAQ trades 65 handles. S&P always trades in 15-handle increments. If that rotation holds, we come back to the opening range. If we fail to get to the opening range, then the algorithms will take it back up there. So we get back up to 65. I've got a decision to make. We've already achieved it. We've already traded it. So do I really want to sell it? Because this time, it's the second time up to it. I think we're going to take it out. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes, it is triple wishing today.
We never made it back, Kaz. We never made it back to the opening range. So yeah, I would. Of course I would. Or I would sell the top of the opening range. I was thinking of that, Pippi. If we got back down to there, I was thinking about selling them. I would have bought them first. I'd have bought the 51 amps again. I would have gotten stopped out, and if it held, I'd have bought them.
I mean, this market wants to be strong. I could just sense it.
$66.74 is my upside target in silver. Oh shit, there it is. Silver's right there, 66.74. Above 66.74. Who's asking that? Cajun, above 66.74, the next price is 69.94. Top of the opening range, 51 AF. You can download this for free. This is all for free. Top of the opening range, 61 AF. First rotation is 66 after it's 15 points, but I use 2 points around it. So take profit in front of it, buy more above it. Because then above 66 half, we go another 15 points. And that will populate in here. Now watch the NASDAQ. NASDAQ rotation was 458. I failed from it.
I think I'm down a couple of handles here against any fool could know.
Any what?
I use the word any fool could know in the chat. It's like sold you 5, Jim, when I said this market's perky.
Say that 5 times in a row. Fukano. Okay.
I know. I'm still a believer, man. Let's see what we get. Oh, we just put the opening range indicator in the chat. Thank you, Mission Control, for doing that. Anyone using the desktop platform, the one that me and Pax are using, easy peasy. Just follow that link.
Look at here. Here's yesterday. Here's yesterday's opening range. 43. Oh, wait, hold on. Do it this way. Here's yesterday's opening range right here. All right. What was it? 43F. We got above it. Here's the first rotation. Oh, actually, first we broke.
You're filled, Pax.
Okay, thanks. All right, long 2, short 10. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I.
Long 2, short 10. That means you're long 1 micro.
Right.
I'm sorry, long 1 mini.
Mini.
Yeah, I said it wrong.
All right, so we go 65 bid. If I wanted to be aggressive, I'd buy more minis. But here, I can just go ahead and buy back my micros. But not at 65. I'm going to buy them above 66 here. All right, but here, look at, here's yesterday's opening range. 68.37. We broke to the first rotation at 68.22 and it held. And we came back to the opening range. So now we're, equidistant swings. We're looking for a 15-handle swing. Got above it, traded up there, took it out. And then 73F. So 72.74 is what we used yesterday. All right, now I just added to my size. So now I'm long 2, short 5. I've added to my size. I'm just naked long 2. Now I have to pay for those and take profit on these. If we go back below 66 half, I'm going to sell back my 10 because I want to make sure, almost like a sell stop, but I'm going to wait for it to get above it because I want I want to ensure that I'm going to still take profit. So I'm giving myself a chance to add to my positions by taking off the micros. See? All righty, safe. So now I put a stop in to ensure that, how the fuck do I increase this? There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
To ensure that I'm going to take profit.
Hit the check box, right? Yeah, you got it.
Do you see what I'm saying there? I just added to my size. I'm back naked short too. Because now, where are we going now, my brothers and sisters? Where the fuck are we going now? We are going to 81.5. 81.5. So now I take profit at 81.5. I'm going to sell five of these sons of bitches at 81.5. I'm going to use 80.5 as a way. 80.5, 80. Man, nudge. You see how this works? Not rocket science. All day, every day. Did anybody, I don't know if anybody from my group is in here. I know you guys are in.
Zen Zone added the 70s, man.
Oh, nice job, Zen. 70s. Why 70s, dude? Don't reach. 66.5 was the ad. All right, Adam's got him. All right,
Adam's long and paid. So is Greg.
Greg sent me the most beautiful rosary for Christmas.
Oh, I still have yours. I got to get it to you.
Look at this. Uh-oh, I dropped baby Jesus. Knocking my water down. Look at how beautiful this is.
Yeah, it's a nice move up.
Look, no, the rosary.
Oh, I'm looking at the chart. This
is what Greg sent me for Christmas. The Holy Father blessed it.
Very nice.
Made me cry when I opened it. See? It's almost like pearls. Thank you, Greg Donahue. I love you, kiddo. Not only is he a great trader, but he's a great kid. All right, so do you guys understand how I just added to my size without adding to my risk? Well, shit, we're not getting up there easy. We stopped at 78. So I do need to, I need to pay for these, don't I? I paid for them. So I need to remove my risk on my ads. See what I did? Now I'm long, too short, 5 again. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah.
God bless you, Batista. God does bless me, and he blesses you, and God bless you, my brother or sister. It's just, by watching Yoda, NASDAQ 65 points. Crude also trades in like 60, 65 point swings. Gold doesn't really trade that way. Quant, what do you mean? How am I so religious? I don't understand the nature of your question. I've always been sort of, I studied to be a Catholic. I started the Chicago Mercantile Exchange as a runner, making $80 a week in when the hell was that? 1988, January of 88, right after the crash of 87. I worked every job up on that floor to earn my shot at trading. And I was making like 175, 80 grand a year with bonuses around 100 at 22 years old. My older brother was killed when I was a kid. He was murdered, and my mother had gone to a place in Croatia where the Blessed Mother was appearing in apparitions called Medjugorje. And she came back and she was very different. She found peace. And, we'd always been culturally Catholic, but all of a sudden she found, real spirituality, meaning behind her faith. So I decided that I was going to go. And then when I was there, I had a call to conversion. I took my faith a lot more seriously. I'm 22, 23 years old. I wasn't engaging in all of the craziness at the Merc, but, I was working hard and trying to distinguish myself from the 3,000 other people that wanted to become traders. And then I was getting my seat. My boss was going to back me to fill orders. And in that meeting, I raised my hand and said, before I commit myself to a 3-year contract here, I think that God is calling me to be a priest. All these guys looked at me like I was crazy. So I gave up my job and I went to the seminary and I studied to be a Catholic priest for 3.5 years. And then my mother got sick with lung cancer. So I was going to Rome for my last 4 years of study. And I didn't want to be gone when she was sick. So I took a leave of absence, went back to the Merc, never went back to the seminary. I got married within a year. I made my first million within 2 years of that. And now here I am.
That's a great story.
That's the abbreviated version. There's gangsters, mayhem, and ragster riches all in between that shit.
And a whole bunch of characters that you wouldn't believe.
Oh, you would. I mean, seriously, if Anthony and I were talking the other day, and I told him a story that Anthony, Tony and I are like Crudele and I are really close. We're legitly close friends. And and I was telling him a story that he didn't quite know about, a mafia boss in Chicago. And he's like, oh my God, nobody would believe these stories. I mean, if nobody would believe them. And you know what? No, nobody would. But I got to live it.
They caught Joey the Clown Lombardo in my old alley in Elmwood Park, like right behind my house.
I don't want to tell you who was bringing them beef sandwiches.
Johnny's beef, baby. That is the best of breed right there.
No doubt. All right, and I sure don't want to tell you who paid for him to go to the south of France.
No.
That was in the newspapers too. That was tough. Well, so now this is going to be aggravating because I'm stuck with this. Yeah, like in purgatory, I'm stuck in purgatory. We haven't made the rotation yet. Noise. Okay, now, all right. So here's another point. Okay, is knowing when not to trade. Mist, are you still here? So like wiggles, right? I don't want to trade wiggles. I don't want to trade in between. So anything between 51.5. Now this is going to be tough for most of you to understand, I think. I mean, you'll understand it, but to accept. But anything between 51.5 and 80.5 is noise, and I'm not going to trade that. The market, if the market comes back down to 66.5, then I'll sell 10 and I will be short I'll be long my runner. I'll be long 2, short 15. If the market comes up to 80.5 and buys 5 for me at 80.5, then I'll be long 2, short 10. I'll be long half my position again. Anything in between those levels are noise, and I don't trade noise. Should do a book or narrative miniseries. Oh, I don't know. Man said, I don't know.
You might get the 81s here, buddy.
Oh, I have no doubt that I will. Yeah. It's just a matter of, will it do it in the next 9 minutes while we're still here?
Yeah, it's all right. So it was a great kind of demonstration of the idea, right? Of the concept of how to get a core position and then how to use a micro around that. It was a really good demonstration. I know the first entry was a little wonky, but we appreciate you doing it.
So one thing I should have said, I failed to say right off the bat is this is a very bullish opening range. Now, hold on, let me look and see what the opening print was. I got to go into my Discord real quick and look at the bot. Opening print was 61.5. Okay, so opening print was 61.5. We broke to 58. Sorry, 68.58. So 61.5 was the opening print. Low of the opening range is 58, right? My 9. No, that's not right. I'm looking at the wrong day. Opening print was 47.25. Low of the opening range is 45.75. So the low of the day, right? Look at my chart here. The low of the day is the low of the opening range. And we came out of the opening range on the very first attempt. That's a very bullish day. So I have, that is a very bullish open, a very bullish day. I have every confidence that I will get filled at 80.5. Now we take out 80.5. We get above 81.5. it's another 15 handles from there. So 96.5 will be the next level. I suspect we're going to trade there too. So now I'm going to do the same thing. I get these 80 halves. I'll be long 2 short 10. We go bid above it. And I'm going to cancel. I'm going to buy back my micros and stay naked long 2 minis. It'll be, again, like I'm adding to my position. And I'll cancel the stops at 66 half. Then I'll put a 10 lot stop in at 80 half.
Come on, let's go.
Does that make sense, my brothers and sisters? Wonky cake. I'm not sure what that means, but okay.
I'm not sure what that means either.
Q debit spread. It sounds good though. I'm gonna go tweet that out. I hope you're right. Hey, look at that. You know, the E-mini micro spread. All right,
It's almost like you have 2 knobs and you could turn the volume down on one of the knobs and you could turn the volume back up.
yeah, kind of. All right, now listen, if we fail to get to 80 half and we come back down to 66 half, if we make it down to the opening range, that is an opening range I will sell the shit out of. I'll increase my size underneath there, because what the market does on the upside, the market will in fact do on the downside, and it will do so in equal measure, and it almost always does, especially on days like this where there is reason for movement.
We do have that Michigan consumer sentiment number at 10 o'clock.
That's right. That could do it. That could push us higher.
Yeah. Or lower.
Or lower. Either way, it'll give us opportunity. I would not buy I would not buy a retest of the first rotation. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Now, now listen. 6-7 years ago, I would have. So maybe I shouldn't talk about this. 6 or 7 years ago, I would have definitely bought a retest of that level had it held. Okay, I would have bought those 66, 67s had it held. But there's a little nuance to this, and this is kind of an important point that I want to make. I have achieved my financial goals, so I'm a lot less active in trading the back and forth than what I would have been. But the nuance is also over the course of the last 7-8 years on the screens, I have absolutely realized and recognized that the less I trade, the more money I'm going to make. So I'm looking for those easy trades and those easy trades only, and that easy trade was coming out of the opening range in the first attempt and running. If I was trading my own stuff, I'd be long a bunch. No, I wouldn't. If we were breaking like this, I'd be short a shit ton. But if we were rallying, I'd be long a lot more than what I am, but we're trading the spread. So I'm trying to show you guys how to do this and how to learn how to add to your positions without adding to your side. Now look at the NASDAQ. This is kind of interesting too. The NASDAQ rotation, the first rotation was 25,458. You remember that? We talked about that a while ago. Next 65 handle swing is 523. So you take profit at 523 and you add above that. And then you're going to take profit at 588. Well, it's come back down to 523, stops you out, but you're still long from here. You're just stopped out of your ads. You paid for them somewhere, and then you're looking for 588. What was the high? You know what? That's not close enough. So the point is that the NASDAQ is leading higher. Excuse me. The NASDAQ has got almost 3 rotations. The S&P hasn't quite gotten to the second rotation.
Get some positive drag, man.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Give me these 80 Fs.
You're almost there, but you're almost there. You're going to get it.
I have every confidence. I said this 10 points ago. I've got every confidence in the world that we're going to get there.
Yeah. There you go. Come on, a little bit
bullish
more.
Open. Bid them, you dirty. Come on, honey. 80 halves. Give them to me, baby.
Come on, one more tick. You
Come
can
on,
do
sweetheart. Come on, sweetheart. Come to me. Come to daddy. Daddy needs a new pair of fur combos.
This is deja vu. We just saw this where we almost ticked there and didn't get it.
You dirty son of a bitch.
Oh man. Now I'm getting worked up. It's not even my money.
You dirty. Mm.
Oh man, oh man. Well, let's keep this going for a couple of minutes here, Pax, because we do have. I don't even know how to say this. I mean, it's unbelievable. We've got Lumi, we've got Christian, we got XYZ, Midday Market Crew in the house. How you guys doing?
Hello.
I
Doing
got
Morning,
great.
guys.
Wow, look, just that was it. You got filled, Pax, right?
I did, and I want to buy these micros back at 81.5 and just stay naked long 2 again. 81.5 is that rotation. So above 81.5, remember we go to 96.
You were filled as soon as the screen populated with Lumi's festive headgear.
What are you wearing, Lumi? Let's see, sister. Oh yeah. That's
You
awesome.
like it, guys?
I do.
You
Yeah, it's
Right.
Christmas time.
you weren't getting the 81s without that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh,
All right,
man.
numbers out. Here comes the number.
Well, you cannot see my screen right yet.
Shit,
There
I
we
missed it.
go.
I missed my ad attempt. So now I'm long 1 micro. No, I'm not. I'm long 1 mini.
Right. You're long 2. Well, okay, right. Your net
I'm long 2
position.
short 10.
Yep. Yep.
So now we're looking for 96 half. 96 half is going to be the next rotation. So the NASDAQ, look at the NASDAQ has gotten to that third rotation of 588, and it's now working on its 4th 65 handle rotation, while the S&P is working on its 3rd. So the NASDAQ is leading.
How common is that, Pax? You're going to get that 4th rotation?
On days like this, quite common.
Okay.
On triple witching, market does all kinds of fun shit.
Man. Well, let's see. University of Michigan, 1-year inflation, actual 4.2%, forecast, previous 4.1. There's not a lot of big movement in these any of these numbers.
Mm-mm.
Although I'll ask Tracy later what it all means. In any event, Pax, great job today. Appreciate you demonstrating how to use the micros to manage positions and profit. That was awesome.
It was fun.
Yeah.
What do you guys got going? You guys all long?
I'm flat.
I'm not. I was focusing on the swing account.
Wanted to get long, but it never pulled back. So we're all flat, looks like.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for a pullback. Pretty strong off the open. Great for you, Pax.
I always take those first attempts out so that when we have trend days like this, it works. Look at 84 Fs trade 777 times. Whenever I see 3 7s like that, I know that it's going to be a good day.
Well,
When you guys
I think it
could
worked
grab
because Pax was sweet talking it.
Yeah, I was I was MFing it for a second there too, though.
That's before it worked.
Everybody in my group says that, when I get aggravated or I get annoyed at something, that's when the market starts to rally. So they always try to piss me off when they're all long. They'll try to piss me off.
Oh my God, the
Hey,
Pax
listen,
factor.
Before I go and before you guys get too into the day, I want to tell you again how proud I am to be part of your lives and your journeys as traders. All of you, the great second or new generation of traders, all you young guys and girls. Not just XY and Chris. Christian knows how I feel about him, and XY does too. But Lumi, I look forward to getting to know you. But everybody in chat and everybody that's watching and listening. So thank you all for tuning into this show every Friday and for asking questions and for engaging with me on Twitter. It really makes my experience. It gives my experience, meaning beyond what it has provided for me and my family. But it certainly gives my life and my experience more meaning when I can share my experience, strength, and hope with all of you. So very Merry Christmas to each of you.
You too.
Likewise,
Pax.
yeah. Enjoy your next week, the holidays. Merry Christmas.
I will.
Now, Pax, don't hang on a second. Don't leave.
Yeah,
On
my
that
brother.
note, NinjaTrader Live. Look at what you're seeing. We got Christian, we got XYZ, we got Lumi, we got Pax, all up on the screen
And
on a
Jim.
Friday. Well, on a Friday. That subscription button that I've been talking about a lot is super important. We really appreciate subscriptions to the channel. If you haven't done it yet, it's free. Just click on that thumbs up or the bell there, and we greatly, greatly appreciate that. The community is getting bigger and bigger. This is the best trading community that I've ever been involved with, and I've been involved for
best.
a long period of time, a lot longer than these guys, except for PAX, but best community. So we really appreciate everybody being here, especially going into the holidays, man. It's great to be with everybody. So thank you for hitting that subscribe button, everybody. Just wanted to throw that out one last time.
Yes, and like the like button too.
The like button. Let's kind of go, Pax, before me and you leave, let's go around the horn and just see what everyone's thinking about today's market. Let's start with Chris. Let's start with you, Chris. No, wait, are you sharing a screen? Lumi's sharing a screen.
No, Lumi
Lumi,
sharing.
Yeah, it's my screen.
yeah. When are you on?
Well, guys,
Yeah.
yesterday we got nice move up, but it left CPI low still lower, which perfectly fine. Yesterday target was previous day high, basically Wednesday high. I still believe we have. Oh, actually, we took this just now. Never mind. So my target was Wednesday high for the day. We just took this. We broke about 50% of old for our order block here. So I believe it's really bullish sign for us. Not sure about like all-time highs in near future. Like once again, everything possible. But I'm looking for continuation higher to take Monday high. Looks good. We're still sitting below monthly open on both ES and NQ. So really hard to be extremely bullish since we're below this level yet. But yeah, I may expect some trace one down to continue going higher to Monday high. If not today, probably it will happen on Monday or Sunday. But yeah, watching higher.
Nice. Got it. Thank you for that. Let's get, looks like XYZ might be up next with the screen. What are you thinking, buddy?
Well, gold, honestly, not too much, just this same range. NQ, I was regretfully not long. Wanted to see what they do at this spot first, weekly open, and let me just go ahead and put this a little tighter just in case they run up. So could not get the pullback. Wanted to see what happens in this range, which is that gray zone you guys just saw. And yeah, of course, they offered it a little bit, but they could not get anywhere. So what I'm noticing is my day is at this line and the build is above. The build is above what should have been a taper, what should have been resistance. They're actually building into that now. And I was like, okay, well, let's just see what they do. And as soon as they break this after building, to me, that's now there's enough demand to really push into this next zone, which would be this red area where I'm short from now. And I'll explain why I'm short, regardless of if it works, but I'll get to that. I couldn't get a ride on because there was no pullback. So as soon as we broke, I wanted to get longs in this range. So I wanted to see it come back into this range because at the same time, we were so extended from the nines still at the time. So to me, we've got room to come back. The market just never came back and I could not get along. So now that we're trading in the red zone, that's the next spot. I'm just looking to see what they do. And they did get a build up here. So let me just blow up my volume profile. They ran up into the zone. Pretty good rejection. There's a lot of stuck buying up there. I think the tape is showing me 244 lots. Obviously, combined is 326. You guys see the delta here. But they ran up to 25,600. Threw in 244 lots. Bid through that price and only threw one lot. They only bought one lot above 20 or 25,600s. Fell back down, and I'm looking at this volume here. So that's the 73s to 67s. And if we're going to lose that too and start trading back into this old spot, this we'll call it an old node, I'm going to look for a move to the 9, which is around 506s right now. So I'm going to cover some. I'm going to cover half here, break even the rest. So I want to target around the 510s. 506 is here where the 9 is. So I'm just going to sprinkle some take profits, and then likely I'm going to be looking to get flat prior to like the 490s, I would think, assuming the trade continues to work. I'm not convinced that we're actually going to offer all the way down from here anymore because they are two sets of builds now above this line. This is my line in the sand today. And so we got half off. Looks like they're going to take the other half off. But yeah, that's my thinking. I think overall bullish. We have a lot of room to come back and fill some of this empty volume. Gonna try to get some there if the market allows me to, and see if we can get long at better prices. So that's my plan.
All right. We got some orders that are being sprinkled. I love that. Christian, what are you thinking for this morning?
All right, so here's my morning plan for NQ and ES. We had that big breakout this morning out of the last 2-day range that we were in. I wanted to see if we could hold a breakout above 410 area prior day high. We did. We blasted right through that. So now, same with XY, I'm looking for a pullback to get long. But if we don't get a pullback and instead we sort of just form acceptance and consolidate above Wednesday's high, that's a 500 area, and we just start holding here, then we can push up higher to the next major zone here at 25,700. I do think that we've seen the low into Christmas, and we're now starting we were a sideways market. We're now starting a sequence of higher highs, higher lows, and we broke above on the Qs, not on NQ. We broke above a big level at 613. So as long as we're above this prior day high, this 400 area, the daily structure to me is changing and leading higher. So I'll be focusing on longs. For ES, it's lagging a little bit. We're seeing a lot of strength in NQ due to the semiconductor space. And so for ES, if we're back above the 68, 60, 70s area, which we can see has been strong resistance. Do we reject back down, or do we form acceptance up here and then push out higher into next week? If we do get a pullback, then I'm looking to see if we can hold 68 for a pullback buy. If not, we can go back down to 68.55. But as long as we're above the 55.60 area, I still think it can be a sideways to higher market. So I am looking for longs until we break support. Pretty straightforward.
All right. Well, we're gonna let you do your thing, you guys. Pax, Merry Christmas, man. I'll be in communication with you between now and then, but I just wanted to give you a special shout out and thank you for everything you've done this year.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you for being part of my life this year too. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Merry Christmas to all of you guys. 2026 is going to be a great year. It will be a great year. It will be a great year. So make sure that you're here for it.
All right, Chris, XYZ, Lumi, good luck today. Any trades you will may or may not place. We are going to dip it. I'm going to dip it in the chat. Pax, I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Bye, guys.
See you guys.
Take care, guys. Have a good weekend.
We can
I'm
speak,
willing
right?
to still grab some shorts.
You guys trade NQ, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
NQ was trading gold for like the past month, but it's definitely slowed down. Yeah, they're just
I would say gold wasn't bad this week. It was just okay, but still higher from consolidation. I'm watching ES right now. I guess if it's going to break 68.70, I might try to short back to 68.55 for like 15 points or so.
51. You're looking for a long there, is that what you said? Or
Yeah, if it's
61?
going to, if it's going to break 68.70, I will try to short back to 68.55. And if it really wants to reverse right now back to Monday high, it will be like point of reversal, 68.55, maybe 53, like somewhere there.
Cool.
Yeah, let's see.
Hey guys, morning to the chat. Of course, it's Friday. Last stream. No stream next week, huh, for Ninja?
NQ, NDX. Yeah, honestly, I got out of the trade right before this drop. So that sucks, I know, but we've got plenty of time. I'm sure there will be other opportunities. I don't feel too bad about it. But I mean, the short initially, we were able to cover half for pretty decent profits. So I'm sure there'll be something. I do think the buyers do have a pretty good amount of control right now. So
Yeah, I am
honestly,
looking for longs.
it's kind of difficult where we are, but I'm just waiting until the market tells me something
Yeah.
interesting enough. Yeah, I hate it. I think I top ticked the exit. I didn't want to give it too much room, but I should have gave it like even just 2 more points, 1 more point. But it's all right.
Where was your target on NQ? Because I
Stream
believe
said,
if it's going to break 508 on NQ, we should go lower back to 440, 430 area again, below 508.
548, you're looking at 430, so almost a 90-point drop.
Yes.
Yeah, it can happen. We're consolidating here from the next move.
I'm just looking for the tracement now. We got straight move up at the open. Makes sense to trace a little bit.
We're holding
Okay.
I
that
know,
5
chat.
minute
I know.
MAX.
I was up there with the short. I know. 9 EMA is here, so
All right, let's see if we can
that 15-minute candle is pretty good.
the doji.
Yeah, for the downside. Yeah. We'll see how far they can push this.
Yeah, below 508, I like shorts on NQ. XYZ, what kind of indicator you use for volume profile? You have different ones, right?
Oh yeah, this is a normal volume profile, and this is a delta by price. So it's basically a volume profile that tracks delta, which is like just difference between bid and ask.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is a volume profile, but it's delta volume instead, and it just it's, at a glance it can tell me who's being more aggressive in what areas and stuff like that.
Okay, interesting.
It's pretty cool. Is a 9 EMA from the 24th? No, I only use a 5-minute 9 EMA Nux. How can we add this? How can we add that to our NinjaTrader chart? It's an Order Flow Labs indicator, so you'd have to go to orderflowlabs.com.
Okay.
Just sideways for now here as we consolidate these recent gains.
Yeah, I would normally be inclined to get long here. It's the 9. You're seeing absorption, but I don't like how this volume from what now, the 527 down to the 570s is just so thin. I think they're going to want to re-auction those prices and see what's going on. And if not, we're going to miss this long just like the other one.
Can I share my screen, please?
Yeah, let me take my screen off and just share.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, of course.
Guys, we have 1,200 of you in here, and we can work on those likes for the last stream before Christmas.
Well, what I'm watching right now, guys, do you use SPX or SPY charts when you trade in futures?
I look at SPY.
I do
Yeah.
not.
I look at SPY and SPX as well. I believe more people trade this, so we have more like obvious support and resistance levels there.
Yeah, for RTH.
Yes. So as you can see, we got it's SPX chart. We got pretty big gap on SPX. We never retrace back to this gap, RTH gap. So normally when price trying to run away from RTH gap, I'm looking at retracement back to 25% at least. Right now, we are far away from this level, but what makes sense for me right now? So we took some liquidity levels here. Maybe you cannot see this probably. Let me move over here. Not sure if you can see this. Okay, we got some liquidity levels here. It was equal highs pretty much. So I expect to get some sort of retracement down. I'm not quite sure if it's going to take 25% of this RTH gap, but if it's going to retrace back to this area, so basically near 50% of this move up. So yeah, it will be nice to see potential longs from there. So at this point, I can try to short ES. So we're gonna see.
Yeah, it looks like it's
Looking for
coming.
the, yeah,
It
let's
wants
see.
to come down.
It's trying.
So slow.
Yeah, it's OPEX as well, so I'm wondering when we'll get the chop. I think best is just to trade the first 2 hours, 3 hours, and that's it. Chris, you give a like for my puppy? Thank you. My puppies are out here by my feet.
Fractal.
I'm not German.
Merry Christmas, man.
Someone asked if I'm German. No, I'm from Belarus, guys. It's Russian accent.
All right, so we have our OPEX action already.
They're getting it started early, huh?
Still weak though.
Belarus.
Yeah. Do you
Every
know
time
where it
I
is?
hear or see Belarus, I think of John Wick.
I just thought of that as you said that. Are you a ballerina by any chance?
Hey, she
Me?
can't tell you. She might have to kill you.
Yeah.
Nope. Well, someone asked me why I prefer 25% over 62 and 70.5% of OT. So normally when we have a big move up from RTH gap or big RTH gap, price tends to retrace to 25%. Exactly the same happened yesterday. See this huge RTH gap on my chart? Let me see if you can see this. I'm going to just move to the right a little bit. Right? Yeah. See this huge RTH gap? I was trying to short 3 times yesterday on ES. Here, here, and here. So finally play out my first attempt. But yeah, we got huge RTH gap. Price tends to retrace to 25% again. Here we got not big RTH gap, but we got like straight move up from this RTH gap. Normally price trying to retrace back there. So we're gonna see. I'm not expecting to get huge sell off. I'm watching for now, just for now. Something like this on ES. But we will see.
What level
We
is
have
that
some
in
flat
ES?
candle.
The 25%.
Only, let me see. I believe it's below New York midnight open, somewhere like 68.30, 25. Maybe it's too much to ask, I know.
68.25. Wow. Wait, no, that's
Mhm.
not 25% of the RTH, is it?
It's up. It's near this level if I want to. Well, we got open on SPX. We got open on ES near New York midnight open. RTH gap means like somewhere below New York midnight open. I know, like somewhere below
you're doing
68.30.
I thought you
Yeah,
were doing
I'm
the start of the fib
yeah.
the low of the RTH gap. You're doing it below.
Look at this. I'm going to delete this right now. So open, close of this candle to open of this candle. I just don't have begin. Like, let me put this over
I
here.
see.
Yeah, got it? Over here. See? So basically closure and open of candle. Once again, maybe I'm asking too much. Like, it's perfectly fine to get 25. Like, maybe we are not going to get 25%. But I'm watching for the tracement right now, which makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's taking place already.
Look at this, like, sell sentiment on volume profile on SPX. Like, we need some reaction down. Once again, maybe not huge one, but still looking for more lower. Like at least 10, 15 points lower on ES.
So ES is back to prior day high here.
So far, yeah,
We would
trying
have
to
to
stay
lose
above.
this. Yeah, we have to lose the prior day high to see it lower.
Yeah. That's what I'm watching right now.
So we can hold here. I'll be looking for a long.
That's right. Basically, that's all resistance that turned into support right now, right?
NQ's also at
Wednesday high.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe flush if we don't hold.
Yeah, if it's going to break something like this.
So far that short is working, XY. Did you
I
get back in it?
know. I know. I had I got back in some more. So I was in 5 right before it flushed, but I flattened it right before it flushed. So yeah, this bid popped in and I was like, all right, I gotta get out the way. And then it just disappeared. And then the market just started flushing. And what can you do?
Well, I don't know if he got back in, Phoenix.
I
You didn't get back
started
in?
building a short in the 20s here in the 520s. So I am sitting short. Average is
Oh, you are? Yeah, he
19.
got back in.
Yeah, I'm average 519 on the short. I want to see the 70s. I'm keeping the wrist tight on this. So they came below the volume and they started building in the 20s to the 10s. So I'm like, all right, this offer is still here. I'm gonna get on, and if they start to fill in this volume that we mentioned earlier, then I'll see if we can get a move to the 470s. We're getting it now. So just seeing how it goes.
Yeah, NQ's a bit weaker now. It was leading higher earlier.
Yeah, ES is at a pretty key spot now. I want to see what they do here. If they can break it, it'd be nice. We're getting a really nice continuation on the 15 minutes, so it's keeping me in this. I'm probably going to take some profits soon. Yeah.
I entered small short position, like 5 micros, to try.
All right, I'm going to take 3 off here. So I'm down to 2 now. And we'll see if we can get towards the 70s. We can trade the 470s. I'll go down to 1. And if the market's still offering, I'll see if we can get towards VWAP. And if it stops and a bid comes in again, I'll just flatten it and take the money.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I was sharing. So, ooh, my bad, guys. Did you take me off share? I don't even know.
Let me see if I can share my NinjaTrader.
I stopped. XY can share.
I just started to share. I don't know if it's good yet. But...
I don't know if you can see my NinjaTrader screen.
Okay, so
can you see
we
this?
are into a support here in ES that I'm watching to see if we hold. But we lost prior day high in ES. We lost Wednesday's high in NQ. So let's see.
we got the 470s. So I'm down to 1 here. I'm gonna just trail this.
I'm also in short. My partial level at 68, 64. I'm not sure if you can see my screen. Probably no. Can I share as well?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
we
you
have
guys
the
are both
share.
sharing.
Oh, Oh, I got it. Okay, of course. What about now?
Yeah, so
About
guys,
to hit.
I'm definitely trailing more aggressive today. I'm more scalpy today because the range, the moves aren't really giving like really big ranges. So I'm going to make sure I lock in the profits each time I have a good trade. We have 100 lots popping up the 84. It's likely going to fill me here. Yep, there it is. All right, so the short's done. This is where I do expect a bid. So I'm going to just wait and see. We got really big buying coming in. We've got 200 lots 70s, 200 lots 84s. They're buying.
Yeah, we will see.
It's,
Right now, a bit tricky spot. As you can see, we didn't get the closure below the swing low yet. So, but we got break below previous day high level. So let's see if it's going to respect this area to go down back to 68, 50, 55. If not, we should break above previous day high again and continue going higher. But I'm watching the retracement down first. Let's see. My stop right
we're
now at break
holding
even.
here.
Yeah.
yeah.
So this is that 68 zone that I wanted to see hold. We are in ES, we are holding it. If we can build a little bit more structure here, then I'll be looking for a long.
Yeah.
The 200 loss, I'm using level 2, so you can see on level 2. Yeah, this is where I was looking to get long with the market, but that was before it developed a big old node up here and lost it. So that's why I was covering the short into it, but I didn't want to flip long just yet because information has changed a little bit for me. So I want to give it more time. If they come back and they hold it again, I'm definitely gonna long this thing. But that's a if.
You mean like a higher low against this recent low?
Doesn't even need to be a higher low. I just want to see it in the range of the 470 to like 450s. I'll buy anything in there. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
One more retest of previous day high for now. We need some displacement below 68.70. Should trap immediately to my first TP. I like 64 first. We have small 3-minute OB there and 5-minute OB. So basically where I put my TP number 1. Actually, I entered with 7 micros. I was like 5. Okay. I'm going to close 5 micros at this level if it's going to hit this. I'm going to leave the rest to basically London high retest. 68.54.25, but I put 1 tick higher. Let's see if it's going to displace right now below 68.70. I will like shorts even more.
That was a hell of a 5-minute candle just earlier.
Yeah, we rejected back down. Sellers are still trying to drive it lower.
Yeah, tape is still really, really negative here.
SPX did not hit 50% of this move up, so we have room to go lower. A little bit at least.
And this is ideally
was like,
get that first higher low area.
It was 1 point away from 50%.
ES is a bit stronger.
I'm trying the longs out of here.
Trying to stay above
That's
previous
what I'm
day
looking
high so
for,
far.
ES.
You want to share your screen maybe if you trade as well? So
very nice move right now. Painless. So they need to clear these 10s. I need to see the 28s trade. I will not take any profits till the 28s. That will unlock the prior range for us. And yeah, we need to get back into that volume profile up there. Let's see if they can do it. Trying to get 2 off for covers above this. There's 1.
good scalp.
Okay, so I got long ES on this
I'm
hold here.
I'm going to stop sharing then. Okay.
I'm going to take off 1 more, see if I can get filled on the next, and we'll go down to 2 and see if they can sustain this move. I'm looking to flatten this, scalp out of this around the 560s. I'm not sure I care too much to hold this into a new high. I mean, I've taken 3 winning scalps, so I think I'm pretty much good for the day, honestly.
All right, so I'm going to share from the morning plan. I wanted to see some acceptance here. This is becoming that we are consolidating. We broke above that 68.68. That was major resistance. We back tested it, back tested prior day high, back tested the 68.68 zone, and then saw a bounce out of that. So my long was on the reclaim of the 2-minute lower high. And I'm looking for a new high here. into 68.93 and higher. Because all we did was we came back to if we go to a little bit of a higher time from like the 5-minute, you can see that we just back tested. Let me go to the 15-minute instead here. We came down to that, when was it? Yesterday's high. We back tested that, held, and then I'm looking to see if we get continuation out of the morning's move into higher prices. I am bullish into Christmas, but it can be choppy. It's OPEC, so maybe we don't get the continuation and we chop around.
I'm thinking I might have to flatten this here. I'm gonna see if they can push it one more time.
Yeah, we need more strength.
Yeah.
NQ needs a little. For me, NQ is weaker than I'd like. It pulled back too much for my liking. But both held. I mean, that was the monthly open in NQ. This back test drop that we had.
There's a 50 lot sitting at 540. I don't usually they'd fill by now, but I'm gonna flatten that. So scalp is done. I think that's good enough for me for today, guys.
Good job.
Appreciate it. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat. I see you guys. I think it's potentially gonna trap itself in this range with rollover and all that stuff. And they've had chances to make choices. They made a breakout choice, stalled a bit up here. They could continue this, but I hate that they formed this big node and a taper outside and they fell back. So at the risk of the market just chopping in this range for a while, I would take that.
Yeah, I that's my concern too. We just chop around.
Yeah, chat today was definitely more scalpy than other days. Like it's running here to my other targets, but I actually don't care. That's just what I do. Works for me. I mean, Chris could nail like a super monster long right now, God willing.
I don't know. I think it'll be choppy.
As long as it's chopping upside. Yeah, this is pretty
I
much.
closed half here just because I do think it'll be choppy and I don't want to. So this is, what is this? Let's see, my long was here. I took half off around 0.5 R. I do think it'll be choppy and I don't want to.
Chop, chop, chop.
Yeah. Yeah, the IB is, I mean, it's a high chance of breaking each way. So I mean, obviously I think it's gonna break long side versus short side, but I think the biggest P for me is when the market chops, I'm waiting for an IB break and it just gets close to either side and it does it for the next 2 hours. And I'm like, why the hell am I still here? I should have just flanned the scalp and just turned off the chart. So I try not to do that anymore. But the IB break is definitely something that I lean very heavily on in terms of try to get a position and trying to get a target. It's just in today's environment that we're getting so far, I don't want to just burn all my mental capital trying to chase that when I could just grab the quick wins, grab the quick P&L and just call it good. I mean, you guys know how I am. Yeah, it's the vibes. It's the vibes I'm getting. Sometimes I'm wrong. Actually, oftentimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm right. As long as the money comes in.
Either we get a new high or we do chop around here. But that was the first pullback into support NQ pulled back into support. That 480, 500 area was support for me. I think it was also, it did dip a little bit below Wednesday's high. Well, no, that was a back test of that. So
Interesting. 5-minute candle also closed above support area. So yeah, you're right about your longs, I guess.
yeah, I mean, to me, it's pretty straightforward. I still think we're in a zone to zone or, support to resistance sort of market since we're in a big range. I
Yeah,
wouldn't be
my fear
surprised if it
was
fails.
that we're gonna get locked into a 100-point range between like 570 and 470. I hope that's not the case, but for everyone's sake. But it looks like it's possible. Well, how's everyone's Friday? I will be in short 6,900. Okay. Seahawks, Rams, dude, that was insane. That was insane. Yeah,
Yes,
I
is
did see.
trying. NQ's in a big old range here for the last hour. So we might be seeing that OPEX chop here already. It's great for somebody like X though, who can get in and out in those, tight spaces.
And try not to destroy myself along the way. Yeah.
One second, guys. I got to check on my puppy. I hear something.
Hey, let us help, man. Bring him up. Let us help. Nothing gets the likes pumped quicker than puppy on stream.
Okay, all good.
Chat doesn't believe you have a puppy. I think you got to prove it. They're like, no, I don't believe it.
I'm
I
a
won't like
single-
the
I'm a
stream
s-
until I see him.
Single father of 2 today, since my girlfriend's out of town.
Look, they want the puppy. Show the puppy. Puppy time. Dox the puppy.
No, you guys made fun of Ollie. Of the name.
What? Watch the likes just
Yeah,
break
look,
out.
I'll bring him out. Let's get those likes.
The likes are gonna break out right now. Everyone, long the likes while you can. If you don't hit the likes, you hate puppies. Hey, see? Ooh, whoa.
Oh my
Dude, it's only
God.
been like a month, maybe?
I know he's gotten big.
Way bigger.
Say hi, Ollie.
All right, Ollie. Are we consolidating? Are we breaking?
Yeah. Oh, he eating good. He eating better than me. All right.
All right, pump the likes, guys. Pump the likes.
Pump the likes for
Or
those.
Chris is never gonna let you see Ollie again.
Some Ollie Alpha.
Bark once for consolidation.
Pee in the pad, please, for a rally. Does he give signals? Yes.
Ollie signal group.
1 bark is higher, 2 barks is chop. Yeah, guys. So it's just choppy here. Don't, biggest advice, don't overtrade. Pick your spots. Like they had a good short, they had a good spot. I had a good long, got a good spot, but you can't really expect much now. It's the Friday before Christmas break. It's OPEX, triple expiration, right? Or quad witching, is that what they call it?
Is it quad today?
I think so.
I never know. Honestly,
Somebody,
I know all of
Yes,
these
it
things
is.
only because everyone starts complaining on Twitter like 2 weeks or a week before. And then I'm like, okay, OPEX coming or this and that.
so somebody shared that 7.1 trillion of notional options exposure expires today. It's the biggest of the year. So yeah, I wouldn't be
Chat.
surprised.
Hey,
That's
jury's still out on chat. It says quad, triple, quad, triple.
triple double. Day was a good day. Don't we
Triple
have
double.
that soundbite? We should have that soundbite. I might get out here at break even and just
I got a double today, Shab. Actually, at all my morning streams, I got doubles. It's too early. I actually got a strawberry matcha in the fridge. I got a drink too. I'm gonna go get that in a bit. Oh, you guys can take my charts off and put Lumis on. My bad.
All right, so
I'm done for the day.
Yeah,
I
let's
got
do
my
this.
money. I'm
I
straight.
closed the other half at break even. The first half I got close around 0.5 R. So I made lunch money. I made enough food to enough money to feed the dogs.
Yes, Jacob. Can't believe they clipped that, but they did. And it's useful. Yeah, Shab, NT Live is literally reconfiguring my sleep schedule.
What time frame are my swing trades on the daily? I've been yearning for a swing trade in futures, but it just hasn't been the market for that. I had a long yesterday that I put on as a swing. What did I put it on at? I mean, I'd be up a good amount right now, 225-ish. But I closed it yesterday on the pullback into the end of the day just because it's hard to hold a swing long at this moment. But I was a lot of yo-yo.
I guess my concern SPX right now. SPX did not hit 50%. Yes, actually did this, but SPX failed. I hope it's going to drop like at least 7 more points right now. This means we will get another break below previous day high.
Yeah, I can see that because we're coming back down to it. So it's either it's weak. We should have consolidated near the highs.
Yeah.
And then a test of it again, vulnerable, and then we can break it. Yeah, Larry. Let's give Shab her flowers for what an amazing year. So thank you, Shab.
My first short closed me slightly in profit. So basically break even. So far, it's my first and maybe last attempt today to trade, but I will see. Because we got retest of 3-minute order block, price fell to close above Wednesday high. I really like, once again, I really like my targets that I had before. Down here. And maybe continuation back to like somewhere here. Once again, SPX needs to hit 50%. I'm watching 50%. So we will see. So far, just break even. My first trade for the day.
Yeah, I'm still open for a trade, but maybe outside of this range.
Maybe gonna see.
Yeah, give Shab her flowers. Putting
That
all
works
this
hard,
together
man.
for you guys.
Shab, yes or no? Do you have an SPX chart up right now?
By the way, for SPX, I used free version CPCFD. I don't have data for this one. Like, I have delayed data. I used first one, SPCFD, but that's enough for me.
And Hume going here for a new low. So it might, you know, like Lumi said, we might fail ES that prior day high and then Q that Wednesday high. That was a good initial back test, and now we're back into it.
My
pretty
first TP
vulnerable
on my
now.
shorts. My first TP on my shorts was 68.64. I still don't mind to see this. It's fine to say because my original stop loss never hit. but it took me out at break even. It was smart to move. Look at SPX. SPX approaching 50%. Really would like to see this.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't long.
Fractal, let's go, baby.
SPX left room to go lower. A little bit, but still.
Yeah, chat, I am outnumbered by light chart users today. I gotta stay in my lane.
What's on, Jacob? I'm glad there's a use for that. Oh, there was a soundbite? I didn't hear anything. I mean, the move was this morning. That's pretty much the move. Like if you weren't in
Seriously.
it, you know, call it a week.
Can you give us a quick breakdown on GC volume and structure? Honestly, it's just the same old range. It's the balance. If you look at the volume profile, we've got overlapping value from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Today's the 6th day. It's overlapping and it's just the same range. That's why I haven't been trading it at all.
I traded gold a lot this week. So gold respecting New York midnight open. From what I see personally, since we respected New York midnight open, I would try to go back to previous week high. And right below previous week high, we have 50% of our week. This one. Huge one. See this huge week? So I measured 50%, and I would like to see 43.86 on gold. 10 points higher from current price level. It'd be choppy, definitely be choppy, but I would like to see slightly higher.
What's gold doing?
Nothing, just consolidating.
Yeah, it's right under all-time highs. Or did it make? No, right under.
Yeah, Phoenix new all-time high for gold this week, but I mean, it didn't get a huge move like silver, but it's still just balancing and consolidating at the highs. So that's a good sign.
Wait, what contract do you have on that you see all-time highs?
For what, gold?
Yeah.
I'm on the March.
Should be February contract, I believe.
I don't have all-time highs yet.
Me too. It's 60 points away.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My chart is what? A 15-day load.
My all-time high at 43.26.9.
What's going on, guys? Huh? All right, seeing a little bit of a balance, but overall, we're just in this range here for both ES and NQ.
Mm-hmm.
ES has something of the same. It is healthier. It is a healthier chart in ES. So let's see what takes place. But don't overtrade, guys. If you had a good month, good year, you know what you should be
I don't
doing.
know. I have all-time high, chat. But I'm in the March contract. Maybe that's, I don't know. Yeah, yesterday was that poke up. Are you guys on February or March?
I checked both. They're not, there's no all-time high.
Well, we are where we are. I would only take a gold trade if I had an opportunity at the edges of the range, and I never do. So no gold for me for the
No,
past
The edge
2
is
weeks.
gold
my edge.
almost never moves well during PM session and lunch on Friday. So maybe I wouldn't touch this, honestly.
Some people are saying all-time highs that they have it. So what contract do you guys have it on? That you see all-time highs?
All-time high at 43.26 for me. Let me make sure.
44.36.
44, yeah, 44.
Anyways, guys, what should be your focus now is writing your goals for next year, planning your process. What are your weaknesses? What are your strengths? What do you need to dive into more? What should you aim to remove? Like this, the next 2 weeks, that should be your goal here.
Wait,
Especially with this
yeah, gold.
action.
So chat, I have gold at 43.77 right now. 0.1, 0.2.
Yeah.
That's the right. I'm on the right contract.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
I'm not. My position tracker is here saying March 26th, but that's for NQ. So I am on the right contract. I just thought it was March because right here my position tracker says
Oh, I see why you see all-time highs because of
yesterday.
the contract rollover gap.
I have 44.09.
Because the actual gold spot has not made all-time highs. So
That's
the,
right.
the gold futures contract that you guys are seeing at all-time highs is because of the contract rollover that took place recently or whenever that was. But to me, that's not an all-time high. That hasn't traded. It's artificial to me.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Like we technically have not traded through that.
Well, someone's saying it's the non-back adjusted is all-time highs. Yeah, I don't back adjust. So you need to click back adjust.
Yeah, I don't back adjust either, but
Well, I'm not on
look at
TradingView,
the
guys.
gold ETF. We're not at all-time highs yet, and that's what I go off by. Yeah, that's
Or
age-old
3,
debate.
6.
Do you back adjust or do you not? Everybody's always wonders. Let Ollie weigh in.
Ollie's the
Marks.
authority here.
Hey, great job, Suspicious.
Suspicious Profit. What a
Suspicious
interesting name.
Suspicious AF. All right, we may bounce back up, but it's just choppy now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ollie's my quant.
Yes, keep trying to stay above previous day high level. Don't really short this yet. I mean, I cannot long as well. Nothing is going on.
Stocks are holding a bit. It's a pretty mixed market still. Semiconductors, which helped NQ push up, are now flattish. I mean, after I would say like in 30 minutes, maybe an hour from now, I don't think it'll be worth trading. Nobody
Yeah, this is what I
wants
was
to
afraid of
trade
earlier.
the last 3 hours of the Friday before Christmas.
Just locked into this range.
But as long
R-Ball
as
is
we
dipping. Yep.
hold, this is still a bullish structure. So all we're seeing is a correction through time here after a pretty big breakout.
So you can see in my chart this gray box. It's $3 million block, which holds. We basically swept about Wednesday high 2 times on 20-minute chart. I got 3-minute inversion here, trying to break below previous day high level. I'm looking for minor retracement down here still, so 50% of this move up or 62%. And really, like I don't see longs from consolidation yet, but if it's going to retrace to OT with reaction, like yeah, why not too long? I hope it's going to drop now. Not a lot, just a little bit, but still watching lower. I would like to see 68.60, 68.54 area on yes. Nothing changed, but really hard to short. It's not going to lie. I mean, my first attempt was, I would say, nice. I entered like pretty much at the top. Right now, it's a bit, maybe it's not really smart to enter here since we keep dissipating previous day high level. So I might just stay away for now. Don't see a lot. Because this is how I see this. Like, we don't really need to see the retracement since we already got back to 3-minute OB. But something like this. It's really like 9 points retracement. Even less, 7 points. And this area can be just fine for for longs if it really wants to reverse. Yeah, watching gold to take, I said before, 43.86 area. It's 50% of our week. Actually, we got set up for longs before.
Yeah, Spider. Tape has been heavy since they made the high, but yeah, the shitty part is they're not getting continuation, so it's just overall shitty. But the tape has definitely been heavy. It's still heavy until it's not, right?
Yeah, NQ is weaker than ES. ES is trying to hold.
Mm-hmm, exactly. Oops. Trying to trap, which I really like. SPX is about like really close to take 50%. I hope it's going to just displace a little bit lower. We need some momentum, please. Stop consolidating. Start moving.
Yeah. Wow, guys, 630 likes. That's great. We have almost 1,200 of you, so that's a good amount. Let's get those up. Don't forget also to subscribe. I think Ninja is now at 165,000.
What?
Let's
Oh,
get it
look
to
at gold.
200,000 by the end of the year. How about that?
Gold touch
What?
to the tick, my level.
And
Yeah,
XY
nice one.
will give out a robe if we hit 200,000 by the end of the year. He said it. Okay.
Hey, is the guy that won the robe in here right now? I haven't seen him for a while.
So
When I say
guys,
tape is heavy, what does that mean? There's a
help the
lot
network out.
still.
Like it, subscribe it, gift, that should be the Christmas gift. Gift a subscription.
Can you do that?
I don't know. That's a good question. Or you guys can ask your family, hey guys, just subscribe to Ninja and that'll be my gift. Just ask everybody in your family.
The gift would be knowledge and entertainment. And Ollie content. You won't find it anywhere else. But yeah, tape for Kevin. When I say tape is heavy, I just mean that there's so much aggro selling. They're hitting market. They're not just passively selling on the tape. They're actually hitting the bid side at market. So that's been going on since, yeah, the highs were actually it happened before NQ even made the highs. So they've been consistently just mashing the gas, and that's going to be hard to pull the market up from. But the longer they do that and they don't get the forward progress they're looking for, the more prone the market is to, running against them. So they just poked a new swing right here. They swept it and didn't get what they wanted. And they're trading above a lot of selling. 480s and below is seeing a lot of market sell. If they're going to trade above 480s, it means that market sell is underwater. And that can just take us back to what, 550s. And then they'll make that decision again. What are they going to do when they get to the 550s? And then they'll make the next choice. Yeah, I still got to make a video for you guys.
We do have a hold here. ES is still not able to break below 68.68.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm interested in putting back another long.
Great time to just enjoy your day.
Yeah, we're still range bound though. So
Mm-hmm. Seems like NQ took, yeah, we got some SMT. Higher low on ES and lower low on NQ.
Yeah, we're holding here. We have a good 15-minute consolidation here.
Fiber optic? I don't believe you. I don't believe you'll do that. You got to prove it. What's
Gold's moving a
XYZ
bit.
YouTube? It's just XYZ trade, same as my Twitter handle. Pretty sure. Production will confirm on my behalf. I really need to figure out. Let me find out what my YouTube is. My YouTube is XYZ Trades. Yep. Also, I need more Twitter followers, so guys, please go and do that too.
I mean, ES looks so much better than NQ. 5-minute, we're just consolidating. We're creating a wedge on the 5-minute. If I put anything on, it'll just be half size.
Thanks, Hans. Yeah, I need to put out more. I'll put out more for you guys. Yeah, thanks, Fiber. YouTube and Twitter. Thank you. Fractal, you can't tell everyone those secrets.
We
Well,
have a
main question,
pretty
up or
good
down?
consolidation.
Yeah. Up or down? Up or down?
This 880s and ES, once we break it, we should rally.
Yeah, they
885-ish area. So I'm still leaning for higher prices into Christmas. Let's see if we can get a higher low here after this hold. And then if we can get some sort of a micro acceptance here, I'll look for a long to push out higher.
Yeah, Rack City, if it works, there's gonna be fees. If it doesn't, don't tell anyone it didn't work.
All right. So I'll be looking for a long here on some consolidation up here. If we can create a higher low and have a change in structure in this range. Oh, guys, 1 second. I got to be back. Check on the puppy.
Uh-oh. It's like when it gets eerily quiet and you're like, what are you doing? Glad to have you, Jake. Hit the like if you haven't and subscribe.
Yeah, it's puppy time. I like this business dog. Looks so good.
He means business. The chat wants the duck. The chat wants the quack. I think production, you guys gotta give it to him. Puppies, kids, quiet is always pretty. Yep. When it's just quiet, you're like, wait a minute, what are they up to? And you got to go check. Is there any XY meme? No. Well, there is not. Damn.
Well, Chad, we're going up or down? We need your signals.
Someone said I was gonna take that long from this local low, but was pooping. Hey, that's an expensive poop, man. Could have been 50 points in or something by now.
But now comment is going to be like up, then immediately down, then up
Mhm.
again, down again. Thank you,
Yeah.
guys. It's extremely helpful.
In case you didn't know, the market tends to go up and down. Reginald, two emojis. I'm not reading that, man. Come on, Reginald. It's Friday. 2 emojis, really?
Okay, I'm back. All right, I didn't miss anything.
Did you miss anything you said?
Yeah.
Definitely not. I mean, hopefully they get to the IB high or something. Are either of you guys long? Yeah.
No, I'm
Or
waiting
just
for a higher low pullback. I'm stalking along though, but again, it's just being patient. I still see us going higher next week. We had a pretty big breakout in NQ. SPY's lagging, or ES is lagging.
Hopefully they got enough juice. I mean, when they swept lower, they trapped some pretty good sell. Everyone sees it. The market knows now that, well, downside is not favorable for the time being. And so they're going to make their choice up here again. And if the choice is they're not going to bid this higher, then they're going to go down there again, see if they want to change their mind. Are neon background lights a requirement for B, a YouTube day trader? I wouldn't say so because Chris does not have neon lights. He actually has natural lighting. Look at that. Look at the window.
Well, no, I have a big
Organic.
old light right here. Usually when I start streaming, because it's 6 in the morning, it's dark outside.
It's like it's literally dark outside. Yeah, it's still nighttime. Yeah, but Chris, he's got no neon lights. He's got natural, organic, non-GMO, gluten-free lighting.
That's pretty much my diet.
Hey, he's consistent, guys. See that? Consistency is the key to success. LED increases profitability.
Okay, so we're pushing back up. Again, guys, this is still bullish structure. If we can get a higher low here, I'll be looking for a long. That was a good pivot long down here that I missed. Yeah, Quan got it. That was a kidney joke.
Farm to table fluorescence. Yeah.
The market wants higher, guys, so I want to position myself for that. All right, so we're back into that resistance. I'm looking to see if we can get a higher low and hold. We had something similar back here. Let me expand this. But you can see that the higher high, higher low here, or the swing high here, this micro swing high, we had a higher low, and then that failed and took us back to the bottom of the range. So similar to, I think I talked about this on Tuesday, a change of structure would be a higher low again, we hold this time, we create a little flag or consolidation here, and then just pure price action structure, we create a higher high, higher low, and then break out. So that would be a change in structure that can lead to higher prices.
Looks like I'm stuck in a dark corner of Jim's basement. It looks like it's because I am. If you guys don't hit the likes, I don't get to leave. So please hit the likes.
All right, so we're into that 2-minute higher low here, the 9 MA. Let's see if we hold.
Yes, definitely looks more productive.
It'll be funny to see if it's going to trace back to previous day high.
Yeah, if we start holding here, then probably. SPY is so close to a big break here. Let me show the SPY chart. We're stuck right under this resistance here around prior day high in SPY. So we're just consolidating here. And, the question would be, do we hold, form some acceptance into this resistance today, Monday, maybe? And then we have a breakout and we get that Santa rally. Again, maybe not to all-time highs, maybe, I don't know, but we're stuck here in a pretty nice box, consolidating, correcting through time. We had a pretty big breakdown earlier in the week, and then on CPI yesterday, we had a rally, we had a reversal, and now we're consolidating. So this is constructive action. We're just correcting through time.
All right, it's about that time where the market's doing nothing. We've got nothing on. Dio, I am summoning Dio. Are you here in chat? And we all know you are. Are you long or are you short? Beans and toast time. A lot of inside jokes developing over the few months we've been on. Actually, dude, it's been like 9 months, huh? Crazy. Yeah, okay. Um, air Foonish. In these days, a lot of people do start to say like, yeah, I gotta learn order flow. I need to be able to, nab entries in these markets and play these types of environments. But on the flip side, you could also just let it go by and just take it with the next trading day. It's you don't have to be extracting points every single day, right? Maybe YouTube has convinced you so, or some people on Twitter has convinced you that you need to be extracting points every market environment, every day, every hour, whatever it may be. But the fact of the matter is you don't. So I wouldn't look to change what you're doing if it's already working and consistent. Just because once in a while you get an environment like this and you can't take your points, it is what it is. There's so many trading days until you're dead, really. So what's the hurry?
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is not much is happening. So I did put on long. I'm risking pretty much what I made with the other trade, just to see if we push out half size. Not really. Because this is all constructive action for higher prices, but it's we just made it in the middle of a range. Then above 680 for SPY, which would be, what would that be here?
Let me check this poll. Where are we at?
Of 68.90s. We should get a big rally next week.
16% Pacific time zone. Yeah, Bradley, get motivated. See you, David. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, you're in Santa Monica? I had an office there. Mr. Market. Right on PCH.
PBH, some of us use level 2, some don't. I use
Santa
level 2.
Clarita. I know Santa Clarita. I'm in between Santa Clarita and Santa Monica. That's all I'll say.
Pasadena.
Oh. Oh, that's familiar.
Pasadena. 626, baby. The best.
They just opened a what's that restaurant? Javier's?
A what?
They just opened Javier's in Pasadena.
Mm.
The
The
one from
closest one was what?
in Century City.
Mm.
No, there's one. Well, you're in between Century City and Orange County. There's one in Newport as well.
Century City, dude, is such a pain in the ass to get to. It's far, man.
Yeah, I used to live there. Not live there, but like I had an office in Santa Monica and then in West Hollywood. So I was just in that area for 2 years. But the driving sucks. I'd be 3 hours a day in traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Just doing that corporate grind.
Traffic out there it's so crazy. And it's not even like far distance wise. It's just getting there takes forever because of traffic. If you ain't Pacific, you ain't terrific.
Seems like only me in Florida.
Well, it says here Pacific is the least, right? 17%. And everyone's like Eastern and other. You're in Florida, you said?
Yes.
Hmm. Yeah, a lot of East Coast.
That's like the perfect well, I would say Central is a perfect time zone. You like them when the market closes at 4?
Central's
Yeah,
not
that's
even a
perfectly
real
fine for
time
me.
zone. It's fake. There's only
I
Pacific
feel like
and
4 is
Eastern.
too late, no? Because then I don't know. Like for us, we close at 1, but I think 3 o'clock would be best.
I mean, I don't really care because I don't trade until 4.
Oh, really?
I'm normally yeah, I'm normally done at 2 p.m. So I don't really care if it's like 4 or 5.
That's when you start trading?
I mean, I start trading at 9:30, but finish around like 2:30 p.m.
Okay.
2:30.
I mean, you have a whole morning routine you can do, right? Before the market
Yep.
opens.
Yep.
My morning routine is opened my eyes and I'm in front of the computer.
That's great as well.
I miss the morning routine. I Costa Rica
Yeah.
Central Time. Oh, that's probably the best. And go live out for a month over there. And it's probably cheaper than Cali.
A lot of things, yeah, most things are definitely cheaper than Cali. It's kind of crazy. Just
Yeah.
going outside, you can already like just open your door, walk outside, you've already spent like $30.
Yeah, I joke with my girlfriends. I step outside and I've already spent $100.
Yeah, outside is too expensive. Gotta stay inside.
I mean, remember when Chipotle was like $8? Now you're spending $20
Dude.
for a meal.
Right? Yeah. I remember those times.
Dude, In-N-Out for anyone that's in LA or Cali, remember when it was like $5 for double combo? That was crazy. In-N-Out has been pretty inflation proof considering a lot
I
of
never
things.
tried this, by the way, because I guess we don't have
No?
it.
You gotta try
Yeah.
In-N-Out, man.
Wait, have you been to California before?
Dude.
Never been there.
No? You have to.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Well, if you ever
Well,
come down to Cali, you're gonna look at the prices and be like, who pays this? Who the hell would pay this?
well, yeah, well, she doesn't have state taxes.
I know. McDonald's $1 menu doesn't even have anything for $1 anymore. It starts at like $3. You guys want to know what outpaced the entire market? The McChicken and the McDouble. They used to be $1. They're like $5 now. There's nothing you should not have bought gold or stocks. You should have just bought McChickens and McDoubles, and you'd have 5x your money in like just a matter of
And
a
they'd
few
still
years.
be good.
And you can still eat it. You can definitely still slang it.
Those fries will never go bad.
McDonald's is the new standard. I'm waiting for McDonald's futures.
Lumi,
XYZ,
how
make
long?
this go higher, please. I can only do
Yeah.
so
How long have
much.
you been trading, Lumi?
3.5 years. Yeah, I started June 2022.
You start
And
with
you started with
futures
futures?
or options?
I started with small caps, stocks.
Oh,
Mm.
and then you're like,
So it
no,
was
not for
hard.
me.
Yeah, exactly.
Frankenstein, you're right. You can't eat gold.
I was like, small caps. This is what we call trading? Wow.
Yeah, I think people get into that or options because it doesn't cost a lot to trade. Then you learn why it doesn't cost a lot.
Wanted to say because I started small caps immediately with live account. I didn't trade any like demo accounts. I put real money there and started trading. It was horrible experience.
Wait, is there
So
really a
never
Big
did
Mac
this.
index? I thought you guys were just kidding. I'm not sure about the McRib. I'm not a huge McRib contract follower. Cheesecake Factory? Yeah, I like Cheesecake Factory, man.
Me too, by the way.
You
Oh,
like
yeah,
That's
Cheesecake
great.
Factory?
Love those cheesecakes.
This is random. I like Cheesecake Factory. Usually it's always like those chains that have huge ass menus. It's like whatever, it's not that good, right? But cheesecake, I dig it, man. I'm a pasta da Vinci kind of guy. Panda, of course. Come on.
Why even asking?
Yeah, I grew up on Panda.
Dude,
I can't eat that now. I haven't eaten Panda in like
Really? Why?
I had a kidney transplant. So my diet is really clean. I haven't had like
Okay,
fast
got it.
food or Panda or I've had maybe like a bite or two of pizza. I can't really eat all of that. No ice cream.
Wow.
do you ever have like crazy cravings for it? Or you just
Yeah,
get
I
over it
was a
by
big
now?
sweet guy. So I would eat ice cream all the time growing up. So what I can't eat Chipotle. It's just too much salt. Like that one meal is 2 days worth of salt for me.
Dude, yeah, high sodium Chipotle.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't eat In-N-Out?
No. I don't eat in and out. No fast food.
Damn.
Yeah, my diet is really clean. It's an expensive diet. Costs a lot.
Seriously, healthy is just really expensive.
Yeah, that's my biggest investment. The only thing I could eat is I go to the farmer's market and then there's this from Santa Clarita. Somebody said they live in Santa Clarita. There's a bakery that has like no sugar, gluten-free, paleo, like all the good kinds, and I'll get like a cinnamon bun.
Uh, what is this? Flitch. We do have kava on the west. I don't know where on the west coast you are, but kava is here in SoCal. We've got a few.
No, Caleb, because it's so has a lot of like I can't eat cheese. Cheese has a lot of salt. Kava is good. I eat kava.
Yeah, we definitely have kava out here. You're an SF? Oh, I guess maybe not there.
I just shop at Whole Foods.
Ooh, that's expensive.
Yeah, I spend I would say thousands a month.
Expensive.
Wow.
All right, Fractal. Fractal, where are you around? Where'd you say you were around?
Yeah, but I have to eat that. I can't, guys, or else I damage the kidney. I don't want to go back to dialysis.
Yeah, you couldn't even like travel and stuff, right?
No, I
No
couldn't when I was
flying.
on that 3 times a week, 4 hours each time.
XY shops at Erewhon. I've stepped foot in there only once, and it was just because other people wanted to go get something, and I was shocked at the prices at Erewhon. It is so expensive.
Yeah. All right. I took half off of the trade that I put on. Here it was, what was it on the original trade? Let's say 1 point, no, where was it? The price action is so small, I can't even see my R multiples. 1.2 R. So I took half off at 1.2 R. And then I'll just hold the rest. I'll move my stop up a little bit. I mean, this is
IB
just like
hasn't
a
broken yet.
micro scalp.
IB hasn't broken yet, so maybe you can get like the 600 above 600s.
But I mean, look, guys, just to review, we had that change in structure, right? We were ping-ponging back and forth. And I went over this on Tuesday. What do we need to see in order to get a breakout? We need to see a change in structure where instead of rejecting back down, we create a higher low against the 9MA on here on the 2-minute. We bounce, we contract, and then from there we get a change in structure because we're proving, or buyers are proving to us that they're moving up higher from here to here by creating that higher low. So they created that higher low. You then had a wedge structure, which is acceptance of resistance. Okay. And this is everything that I've sort of, talk about in trade since March. You had a wedge here, which is acceptance of resistance, a change in character from this ping pong action. And so I got long on the break above the higher low into the 9MA. I took half off at 1.2 R. So I paid for my risk. And then now it can go higher. But again, this is just very
I mean,
tiny
hopefully
price
ES
action.
can drag you up. I mean, ES is making new highs. So. Oh, you're long ES.
I am. Yeah, I'm long ES.
Oh,
Yeah, I had to go
different
with
key.
that one because it's leading.
Yeah. Thank you,
Hey, congrats, Zach.
Oh, Zachary Johnson. Congrats, man.
The hands. I have not tried elk before. I have not looked into it. It's an extremely highest micronutrient meat possible. Larry says, I can't even drink since I promised you my kidney. I'm looking
Did he
after
really
it for
say
you.
that at some point?
Don't say that, Larry. I'll take you up on it. I don't know. In 10 years from now, I might call you.
Say, hey, Larry, remember when you said?
I can't drink. I haven't drank since 2020. That was my last drink.
New poll, new poll.
Health is wealth, guys. You got to focus on your health.
Health is wealth. Take it from the unks.
Sterling, this one's a mix between an Aussie and a Bernedoodle. You only have one kidney, String B? Well, I hope you're staying healthy.
Oh, Lumi, you can screen share if you want.
Thanks, Claudio.
Yeah, I can. Nothing is going on, so nothing,
Yeah,
nothing
nothing's
to
going
share.
on. I'm micro scalping for $10 a trade here.
Lumi, do you know what an unk is?
Mm-mm. Nope.
Unk. It's like uncle. So what the kids do these days is if they think you're like a certain age or like you're older, they'll call you unk.
Oh, really?
What age do you
Okay, good
think?
to know.
What's the age, like what's the threshold to being an unk?
Well, that's a great question. Because I am almost 30, guys, and I still consider
Almost 30,
myself
so you're
like,
not even 30 yet.
yeah.
So what's
So,
what's an unk? So we've got 35. All right, chat. Unk. Next poll.
so really, I would say maybe like 40
Oh, Jim is
plus.
here. You said 40 what?
40 plus.
40
I don't know,
plus.
like, yeah.
Jim's in the chat, guys. You guys better be careful. Because hey, look, you guys give the wrong answers in chat, he's gonna take it out on me. I can hear him walking around upstairs. He's heavy-footed right now. Hard-hitting questions? Yeah, I mean, when the market's doing this, you gotta break out the hard hitters. If someone an unk, can you call younger people punk? No, you call them hooligans.
Oh,
Sir.
stocks are moving. The swing longs that I put on are moving. PLTR just broke out today. For those of you guys who swing trade, maybe that holds. I'm long app as well from yesterday. I'm looking at Teradyne. I know there's some swing traders in here.
I think they can finally run that IBNQ here because they actually held against sellers for once, literally.
Yeah,
The first time
structure
they've
here
held
said
them.
higher. Just have to
Mhm.
see if it holds.
They just tried to sell it right now, and that's a no-go.
Get off my lawn.
Koss, thanks for hanging out. Happy holidays.
And Fiber, thanks for joining us. He just started trading futures in February, right in time, and we started in March. So you have had one of the best starting periods ever for as far as education. You have great traders, a great network here that you can tune into every week, learn from everybody.
A lot of different trading styles too.
Yeah, the cumulative knowledge that is being shared here on the network. I wish I had that when I was starting out. It was the wild, wild west back in the day, 2005 to 2010. Oof.
And Q still inside a 10 a.m. range. So,
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we go back down.
mm-hmm.
Larry, I'm not sure if Jim will do that. It's actually my first Christmas in Jim's basement, so I'm gonna find out just as you're finding out as well.
Yes, CK. I got in APP yesterday on the breakout. It's a leading stock. So I have to be long.
Interesting. ES took 10 a.m. high, but SPX failed. Well, we have equal highs on SPX now.
I'm looking at Teradyne. I'm long core. PLTR, and that's it. Not a lot of things moving.
Chat, please hit the like so maybe Jim can give me real food instead of gin for once.
Yeah, this is a good ratio here. 700 likes for almost 1,100 people watching. I think we can get to 800. At least 750 before this we call it a week.
Honestly, if the market could just get acceptance above like 600s, it shouldn't be difficult to get to the 760s, yeah. I would say like 790s. It's pretty thin up there. It's just they haven't found bid that's willing to actually buy those prices just yet.
Good, Strimby.
As Jim would say, Santa's coming.
Santa's
Amazon's
coming
not
this
really
year.
doing much. Is that Jim?
Yeah. Santa's coming this year.
I think
Jim
so.
said it.
We put a good low yesterday. Weren't you guys saying if that was the low yesterday?
What?
Oh no,
What?
that was Leo and Nick.
What'd they say?
That they were wondering if that was the low yesterday.
Oh, the
I think,
generational low?
yeah, where Nick got long yesterday.
Yes, absolutely it was. Absolutely. Gin is real.
That's him walking above you.
Yeah, he's not too happy right now. We need more likes. Guys, I'm getting scared.
Yeah, we're at 7:30. We can get there, guys.
Come on, guys. And we got Lumi on.
We're moving.
I know, like, ES still dancing around Wednesday high, like between previous day high and Wednesday high. And Q above Wednesday high, but didn't test previous day high yet. It's quite boring right now. But once again, we have sorry guys, SMT. So we got higher low here. Broke above this internal high here. We actually got sweep of this buy side. But if you go on SPX, we have equal highs. So we have room to go lower. It can be buy side liquidity. It's 7 points away. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of level I have 7 points away on ES. Oh, actually we have some. We have buy side as well. Same buy side liquidity level. Oh, come on. Well, same buy side liquidity at 92. So yeah, I guess I like this level. 68.92. But we really cannot displace above Wednesday high, as well as we cannot displace below previous day high level. So yeah, I'm flat. I took on one short from here. My entry was at 68.81, I believe. Or slightly lower. That's pretty much it. Didn't take any other trades. So far.
Jeff. That's a good one.
Yes, yeah, we're pretty range bound here still. We are trying to create new value higher, but we're still range bound. I mean, ES needs above here, let me share SPY again. I do look at SPY. You can see this we're right under this consolidation. You can say, for those who look at these things, we can have a left shoulder head and then the inverse. And now we're consolidating at the neckline or resistance here. So this is resistance, this is support. We're building structure here, and this is becoming acceptance. As long as we can continue to hold, then we can break out next week. So that's higher time frame structure, and that's why I keep looking for longs ever since Wednesday's low. Because we have a good low in place, and now we're consolidating. Do we break out? We'll know next week.
Chat wants it in the next 2 hours. They don't want it next week. Belarusian. Oh yeah, I gotta check this out.
Belarusian.
I got this guy right here in the back. Look who it is. Mr. Wick.
I have same one, by the way, somewhere in my kids' playroom.
Hey.
I have another one in my computer. My husband built me computer, so I have same toys there, but I cannot open it.
Do you swing trade too, Lumi, or just futures?
Oh, sometimes. Not always. Sometimes. Especially gold. Sometimes, yes. I have some like long-term options, long-term stocks as well.
Nice.
Come on, yes. Time to drop again to previous day high level. I call this kind of price action as account blowing price action. Yeah, seriously, guys. It's just, wow.
Don't we all know it? We've all been there. Literally my biggest fear earlier, 480s to 460s to 560s price action. It was given the vibes, the spidey sense tingles.
All right, looks like I'll get stopped out here on the rest for minus 0.5 R. So I took half off at 1.2 R, and then the rest is going to get stopped out at minus 0.5 R, which means I made $3.
Wow.
And I'll spread that out for the family for Christmas.
Dude, there was a time where you can get like 3 McDoubles, 3 McChickens, but you can't even get
Dude,
one.
yeah, the dollar menu back in the day.
Dude.
Like a king.
Looks like you're getting the GMO gluten.
I believe, by the way, Dollar Tree is not like dollar anymore, right?
The Dollar Tree? Yeah, nothing's a dollar
Yeah,
anymore.
it's
$1.99
1.75 right now, or something like this. I was like, really?
Jake, I don't think I can buy anything for $3 at Whole Foods.
$3. You can get like, if you look hard enough, you can get like a 24 pack of water bottles.
I probably can't drink that water.
But you can't get the tax. That won't cover the tax. So maybe not. Okay, look, Man Dude might be maybe around 550 years old. He says hamburgers and cheeseburgers were 29 cents and 39 cents when I worked there as a teen.
I think that's when the cheeseburger was created.
He was part of the R&D team for cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
All right, we found a real unk. Actually, that's beyond unk.
Hey, Chris, as it's Christmas, answer my question, please. What's the best returns wise, day trading or swing trading? I would say day trading because you can start a $10,000 account and due to the leverage, exponentially make it, 50,000. So that's what, a 500% return? It's extremely hard to do that. Extremely hard to do that in swing trading. You would pretty much have to be all in every trade.
Frank.
All right, so I'm out on the trade, and that'll probably be my morning. I made right around $300. So that's good enough for
$300?
Yeah.
I thought you said you made $3.
I made 30 today. I made $30 today.
30?
After commission 22.
I thought you made $3. You just 100x'd it?
I forgot to zero.
You could probably do a McDonald's run with that. Oh, hey, look, I don't know if you know, at least in my area, we've got this deal right now. It's $20 McDonald's. You get two Big Mac. Oh, you can't even eat it. But you get two Big Macs, two fries, 20-piece nuggets, $20 for anyone out there that wants McDonald's today. Happy Friday.
Yo, that's a celebratory dinner. I remember when I was growing up, I mean, I grew up very poor on food stamps, but our form of celebration was to go to a hometown buffet.
Dude, hometown buffet.
And you know, that was like a big thing for us.
I
Like
miss
once a
hometown
month,
buffet.
maybe.
I do miss hometown buffet. It was
What
like
is
that for
this?
me too. Hometown buffet was an occasion for sure. You don't just go there. Did I used to see like I mean back then it was all like Red Lobster, Black Angus. I would see all those commercials and I'd be like, wow, that looks fancy.
Yeah,
I've
that's
never
fancy
ever
food
been to
back in the
one
day.
until like earlier this year. I still never been to Black Angus. But I went to a Red Lobster just because like sometime earlier this year they're talking about, oh, we're gonna close down, we're gonna shut down forever. So I was like, well, I gotta try it at some point. But yeah, that was same for me as you see those things, you see hometown buffet, all the fancy stuff, you're like, yeah, that must be nice. Dividend cake. I am up 1700 today. Let's do a profit poll. XYZ probably wins this one. Yeah, I got you beat on that one. Today at least. I didn't even know Hometown Buffet was closing. I just know that the one by me closed. I didn't know they were like done.
I'm just trying to Google to see what it is. This place where you can eat whatever you want, like an unlimited food zone?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
you would just pay for the entry, and you can
Okay,
eat
got
as
it.
many times as you
Mhm.
want it in there.
Okay, see. It's like Chinese stuff, right?
Yeah, like a Chinese buffet. Yeah, similar, but it had a little bit of everything: steak,
Okay.
pizza,
Mm-hmm.
pasta.
Everything.
Yeah,
Big back activities? Hell yeah.
carrot cakes. I remember those carrot cakes.
Dude, Hometown Buffet had breakfast that was like $6. It's a breakfast buffet. The entire thing was like $6. Sizzler's making a comeback? Yeah.
So we're tracing back to previous day high level. SPX failed to take this high. Maybe it may take 50% finally. 68.13 on SPX.
Yeah, time to call it a week.
The European mind cannot comprehend the American buffet. Yeah, everything's kind of crazy in America. Portions.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time I went to Asia, I went to Taiwan first, and then you would get food and we're all just looking at the portions like, I think we need to order more. I think we need two of these. And then when you come back, I mean, the more you travel, the more you realize in America, portions are just huge, which is why we're just like big back, you know? What's your LA opinion of Shakey's? Well, I mean, obviously I don't go anymore, but when they had Supreme Mojos, hey, that was it. Supreme Mojos was hella good, but they don't have that anymore.
Yeah, this is
It's a cool range, huh?
not much is happening.
Well, chat, I see people dipping. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys hit the likes. Happy holidays. Thanks for always sticking around, even when it's slow and being engaging.
Yeah, Drunk Radish. Oh, he's been with us since the beginning. A lot of you guys have. So yeah, thanks for sticking with us for the whole year. You guys make the network. We're
Best
just here
chat.
to share a thing or two.
Hello.
Jib Jib,
Good
Hello,
job, you guys.
hello.
getting
Very
ready
nice.
for the Christmas break.
Getting ready to go. But I do have a story to share with you about sushi. The first time I ever ordered at a restaurant, this is a long time ago. I didn't realize a roll was a roll. I thought a roll was a piece. So I ordered like, there's, 4 of us or something. So I ordered like 25 rolls. And they looked at me like, really? And they just kept coming out, coming out. I didn't
Like,
realize.
No, I said 25 rolls. Yes, they're rolls.
I thought the piece was a roll. I didn't realize the roll was the roll.
So you ended up with I don't know, 400 pieces.
Yeah.
Eh,
But the funny part is the restaurant didn't like correct me. They're like, okay, you guys are hungry.
How many of you was there?
There's like 4 of us. It
Oh
was
yeah, they should have known.
dude, 100 pieces a person. That's fine.
kept coming, man.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, guys. Spider asked about the spider hat. The spider asked about the Santa hat. I misplaced it. Sorry. Any event, you guys, I'm not going to see you again until after the Christmas holidays. I want to wish every one of you a very, very special holiday next week.
You are right. Oh, while I can ask all of you guys, when is this Monday montage that you've been hyping up?
Oh, okay. So let me go over it. I'll go over the details. So this is it. We're not streaming this afternoon. We're not streaming next week. In the business, they say we're going dark. I just learned that. So no no streams until the following Monday, which is the 29th of December, right? We're streaming all week except for that New Year's Day. That's Thursday. So that Monday, the 29th, we are going to play a very special video on the stream in the morning, and it is the 2025 Greatest Hits compilation. You do not want to miss this video. If you don't care anything about trading, that's fine. Come to the stream.
Wait, what time?
It's the only information that I'm privy to is it's going to be in the morning stream.
Like, what mornings?
Yeah, we're talking like
I feel like there's different morning segments.
So yeah, I don't have a segment, but my guess, remember, Deli is usually on in the mornings. So I don't know if he's going to be on or not in the mornings, but that's my hint.
Okay. So when Deli's there?
Most
literally
likely,
like
most
5 a.m. our time.
You could go and watch the recording, and you'll
It'll be
get
while
it.
Lumi's doing her morning routine.
Oh yeah, all right,
Yeah.
all right. Anyway,
I guess I'm going to stream December 29 here on NinjaTrader Live.
Is
Sweet.
Miss Tanya, right? Yeah.
all right.
Is that the last day? Oh,
No,
Monday. That's Monday.
yeah, no.
Yeah,
As
it's
a matter of fact,
Monday.
me and Pax talked about this. The day after the first, which is Friday, that's going to be a day to trade. I mean, that's going to be busy, most likely. So it should be pretty fun,
All
even though
right.
it's Friday. But anyway,
X, Y, and I will be there.
Mm-hmm. Doing it
Awesome.
again.
All right, all right, all right. Well, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you. Happy holidays to everybody. I'm going to do a quick edge report, but before we go, let's get a last second thumbs up for these guys. XYZ and Lady, Luma, and Christian. I appreciate everything you've done for us this year. It's been awesome. Looking forward to a really spectacular 2026 with you, fantastic trader. So thank you very much for being here.
All
Thanks
right.
for
You
hanging
guys
out,
take
guys.
care. Merry
Thank you so
Christmas. Bye, XY.
Wish you
Lumi.
perfect holiday, guys.
Yes. You
Yeah.
guys enjoy. Everybody in the chat. You guys take care. All right.
All right, let's pop into a quick edge report. Just 2 markets. I just want to cover silver just to make sure everyone saw this thing. I mean, we're breaking out to the upside again. Here's the daily candle chart. This is relentless. Have not seen a market like this for as long as I could remember. We popped above that Pax's line, 66.74, driving up to that 66.94 level in silver. No wick at the top of today's candle. Just a pretty decent sized breakout to the upside happening right now. I do have a target if you are trading this market, 68.74. That's 138.2% extension. It's a pretty good level. So keep that in mind as you go forward. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin. And the Bitcoin is still kind of stuck in the mud, unfortunately. Right now, the key for me on the Bitcoin on a daily candle chart is that 8 EMA. We haven't closed above it, and barely we did that on the 11th of December. So right now we've been closing below it. Today we have a chance to close at it or maybe a little higher here, but we are kind of pinching into this triangle, right? You can call it a descending triangle if you want. And I know the textbook's supposed to say, oh, we're supposed to break out one way or the other. You could break out either way. So we'll see how that goes. The bottom of that triangle is at 84,125, and that is that low that we saw on December 1st. So we'll see what happens here. Maybe just we're going to be consolidated sideways for the rest of the calendar year. I don't know. But right now it's a pretty tight range. Everything's pretty tight on the Bitcoin and a little under volume. If you can go down to the bottom of my chart here, you'll see a moving average for the volume, a 34-period moving average. Yesterday we didn't get to it. The day before we barely got to it. The day before that we didn't get to it. So a little bit lower volume here in the Bitcoin. Intraday, just for curiosity seekers here, that call resistance level and that 0 DTE call resistance level at 89,000. That is a solid upside right there. That is resistance. That's pretty good resistance. If we do break through there, though, we do have previous sessions highs, 86,620, and then some blind spots all the way up to 91,500. We've been trading above VWAP right now, but look at every single candle. Every single candle since 2 o'clock in the morning has traded through this point of control for the volume profile. 88,055. That is just amazing. So price happiness here, probably not going to stray very much from this level going forward. All right, well, that's it. That's it for the stream today. This is thank you everybody for being here. We had a great week. I'm bummed out. I'm not going to see you next week. Remember, we're dark all next week, but happy holidays to everybody. Have a great time with family, friends, whatever you're doing. Hopefully relax. Hopefully you get some time off of whatever you're doing. Appreciate all the kind remarks. It does not go unnoticed. I see the kind remarks in the chat. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me for sure. So having said that, and this is most important message of the day, because I'm not gonna be able to talk to you again for a while. Please be safe out there. Be good to each other. Merry Christmas.